Eat these cheese boogers. Bang, bang. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to the chisel. First of all, chisel to the shizzle to the chisel. Shizzle to my dizzles. Thank everybody for showing up. I know that was the hippest and flyest intro of all time. I know. It gets difficult. You know, it gets difficult to be so charismatic at times. Now, hold on. Sound it out. Is my mic off or something? Okay, for sizzle. Yeah, good. You guys hear me. You hear what's going on. Can you feel what I'm saying, dog? Can you smell me? I think you can. All right, cool. Anyways, tonight, for those of you that have missed out all year on good boy points, we're dishing out good boy points. Everybody out there who maybe is lacking in charisma, we may issue out +10 in charisma. +10 in charisma points. So your charisma very well might get better after the end of this video. Short kings. We might help you get taller. That's what we do here. We help you improve. Nothing wrong with it. It's just what we do. And yes, we do issue out bloke cope. So all of you blokes out there that, you know, aren't quite where you should be, we can help you cope with that. Coping is the number one, that is number one. That's the number one part of your self-improvement, is coping with the fact that you're not good enough. Because the second you have fully coped with the fact that you have inadequacies and that you're not always number one at everything, well, now you can have true confidence and true security. But first you have to cope. So that's what we're going to do. Now, I do want to shout out the chat for real. No kidding, because I almost quit YouTubing early on in the year. February, March, I was like, you know what? I don't even really want to do this anymore. I'm not into it. But then I decided to take the phone out, which I had never really been a phone YouTuber. I have a camera that I use, I have, equipment that I use. I said, you know what? I'm just going to take a walk and pull this phone out and bullshit. And somehow we turned it into the most successful year I've ever had on YouTube. And I'm not sure how that happened. It went from looking like it was going to be the worst and I was going to quit to somehow it ended up being the best on my main channel, on the LFA Live channel, the Clips channel, and the Powerhouse channel was pretty average, but still at least number one or close to number one on each channel. So, we went from almost quitting to rising to the top, which is what I want all of you to do. So shout out to the chat because you guys play a massive role in it. Well, anyways, speaking of the chat, let's see who all we have out there. We have Dylan the Islander. We have Marcator 1993. We have Marlon White and Jeff Thornburg. We have Stephen Gilbert in the house. We have Jeremy. We have R. Gratz. We have A. We have Black Savant. We have Diesel Kane. Ooh, Diesel Kane with the Bitcoin emoji avatar. The drug dealer name with the Bitcoin avatar. I'm feeling it. I'm digging it, but I'm calling cap. I don't think you're dealing gain with Bitcoin, buddy. Feds can track onto that pretty quickly. Not a wise decision. Antonio Arcaleta in the house. Adriana Flowers in the house. Big Jake, smoke that copium. That's what I'm talking about. LFA, if you stop YouTubing, I would cry, and not like an alpha male kind of cry, like a low testosterone, coomer, sub 5 normie. You know, I would too. I would too. YouTube is not only a place where I get to reach people and help people, but it's also somewhat of a journal for me. You know, it's something, I think everybody uses social media as a journal, a photo album, a time capsule of history. You know, that's what they use their Facebook and Instagram for. Even the people that don't really have clout, they're just, you know, they just have friends and family and shit like that on their IG and their Facebook. They use it as somewhat of like a journal. You know, you write shit on there on a daily or weekly basis. You upload pictures that matter, and it's sort of a diary journal type deal. You know, and that's what YouTube is. So it's something that I actually enjoy doing. I don't turn it into like some big fucking business model that I'm fucking, you know, advertising and infomercial and peddling products and shit like that all the time. That's not my thing. That's not what I want to do. I just like to upload on it. Why mope when you can cope? Exactly. Only alphas cope. So anytime if you see somebody misusing the word cope, like if you have a positive and uplifting message and they're like, this is cope, correct them and tell them, yes, this is cope, but we don't like the way you're fucking saying it. So get the fuck out of here. Shout out to Carrie in the house. What is the subject today? No financial advice, only financial opinion. Hey, you know, that's great. That is great. Carrie will call in tonight, he says. Respect the playa. Don't hate the game, hate the playa. All right. Looks like we have a fairly substantial amount of people here. Things are going well. Things are certainly going well. All right. You know, the format of these shows, like the main thing I think that the core viewers like the most is they like to call into the show and we have a panel. I'm not going to make videos where it's like, and Carrie, I see you disagree with my vid today. Today's video wasn't something that you have an option to agree or disagree with. It was literally just me stating facts and sharing a little bit about myself. I didn't drop any opinions that could be disagreed with. So you could say you disagree, but I'm not quite sure. Maybe you found like one little like something that I said in the video that could be disagreed with, but the video as a whole can't really be disagreed with. You know, if the title of the video was people are staying single longer, which is a statistical fact. And in the video, I explained just a few reasons why people are staying single longer, which were all also facts. And, you know, if you want to disagree with facts, that's fine. But good boy points might be revoked. That's all I'm saying. All right. Guess we can start by, you know, just fucking reacting to a fucking video. Ugly men, you've been warned. I like to make sure that the ugly men are warned and they know what's going on. Ugly men need love too. But the problem is they're not going to get it. Anyways, let's hear what this lady has to say.
I'm literally shaking right now because I just had a man approach me in a parking lot And it went fine. And I'm going to tell you why it went fine and how to address it, because it was in a book I read, and this is how you're supposed to address it, but it scared me. I'm literally shaking. So this guy, I am alone with my son, by myself, a woman, and a male approached me in a parking lot. He's, "Excuse me, miss," and I don't know why in the hell he was approaching me or what he was trying to do. And before he was probably 30 feet from me when he said, "Excuse me, ma'am." And I turned around and I literally yelled at him and I said, "Do not approach me." And he immediately started going in the other direction. And I just kept saying it over and over and over. I said, "Do not approach me. Do not."
Have you guys ever had any of that happen to you? Have you guys had any of that happen to you? Shout out to the chat. Jeremy says, if you're a 5, you might have to pick a 3. Gary says no. Nothing that dramatic. Nope. She forgot to take her meds. No, this chick is crazy. Seen this a few times. It's stupid. Yeah, I don't watch these TikTok videos, but this is a longer video from Wheat Waffles.
Approach me. And he, of course, got "What the F?" He started cussing and yelling, what's your problem? And I looked at him, and he actually then crossed a couple cars down from my car. He didn't come anywhere near me. He crossed a couple cars down from my car and was like, continuing to cuss and say, "What's your problem?" And I said, "You do not approach women in a parking lot." I just kept saying, "Do not approach me. You do not approach women in a parking lot," yelling it. No male should.
I do agree with that. I agree with what she was saying. If I'm in a parking lot, if I'm walking around the mall, if I'm leaving the mall and I'm walking to my car and somebody approaches me in the parking lot, might be a big mistake. I don't know you like that, bud. What are you doing out here approaching me in the parking lot? It would be different if I was in the store, if I was at the register and somebody's like, "Hey, are you LFA?" Cool. Hey, what's up, man? That would be fine. But if I'm in the parking lot, I'd be like, whoa, bro. I've been jumped before. I've had people try to ice me before, bro. This doesn't seem right. And if I were a woman that couldn't defend myself against a man, of course, yeah, that'd be pretty awkward. So I do understand what she's saying. I don't recommend that dudes I think the whole cold approach thing in general is really stupid. It's okay to be social and talk to people, but when you're just randomly approaching strangers and you don't know what kind of a reaction you're going to get, I think that's social awkwardness, low social IQ. It's different if you're walking down the street and a group of girls are checking you out, and there's I don't know, they're getting you excited. So you go over and talk to them. You get them excited. They get you excited. So you go over and talk to them. But if you're just sneaking around talking to people, that's kind of weird. I'm not the biggest ultra giga Chad in the world. I guess maybe a few things that I have going for me is I'm 6 foot tall and I am pretty muscular, but I'm not an ultra giga Chad. I think most people could achieve what I am or higher if they put a little effort into it. And I have girls checking me out. It's very easy for me to tell what girls are super into me. And those are the girls that I would want to fuck with anyways. If I were to take a girl home from a nightclub and have sex with her, I would want to take the girl that has the highest level of interest in me, as long as she's decent looking. And I would choose her over somebody that's better looking than her and halfway interested in me. I'm not trying to seduce somebody or force attraction or put pressure on a woman to hook up with me. No. If she wants to, she actually fucking wants to, and she wants to do things to me, It's one of those deals. If she's looking at me like, I'd love to get my hands on you, one of those type of deals. Sure, that's the one I want to take home because the sex is going to be better. The interaction is going to be better. And I don't have to worry about Me Too or some shit like that because, it's something that she's obviously enjoying and wanting to do. It's a low pressure situation. So I don't really get the whole, cold approach and seduction community. It doesn't make sense to me. That's something that I like. It's weird because I side with the incels on that because, the incels kind of say like, you shouldn't be approaching women if they don't find you attractive. And I agree with that. I think you should have the social awareness of understanding, okay, this girl probably doesn't like me, so I'm not going to approach her. This girl's giving me vibes that she doesn't want me to approach her. I'm not going to approach her. But if this girl's giving me vibes like, yeah, she's open, she wants to talk to me, she's attracted to me, boom, yeah, let's do it. I think that's how simple it is. I suppose for some people, it's not that easy. They can't read the room very well. Their social IQ isn't there. And I understand that. I guess it takes time and maybe a little bit of talent, but still, I can't recommend you doing something that could potentially get you reported, kicked out of a club, thrown in jail. It's like, no, don't do it, bro. Don't do it.
Ever approach a woman in a parking lot. Ever. No male should ever approach a woman in a parking lot. And if a male does approach you, you need to turn around and use the strongest voice that you can possibly use with them. Don't be polite. They need to literally screw off. No male should be approaching you in a parking lot.
I think she got that from what's it called? Like bear safety. If you've ever learned about bear safety, if you were walking a trail with like your family or something somewhere up in like Canada or somewhere, and you see like a bear on it, like sort of stalking you, walking behind you like it's interested in you, you're supposed to make loud noises like caw caw. Make like weird, like loud noises or whatever, and it will, distract the bear. So it's like non-threatening, but it's like noises that for some reason throw the bear off, and the bear's like, yeah, I guess I don't feel like screwing around with these people. But I guess it's the same for women. Yeah, a shout out. Okay, so all the women out there that if you're like the lady in this video and you don't want to be approached by men in the parking lot or at a club or somewhere, anytime a dude approaches you that you're not attracted to, make like horse noises or something. Just like do weird shit like that, and he'll be like, it's kind of weird. I'm out of here. I think she has autism. Just a tip.
Guys, before I go ahead and begin analysing this clip, I'm going to start this video with a quick analogy. Most of you will be familiar with the insects moths and butterflies. Moths are seen as ugly creatures, an annoyance, vermin, and are okay to exterminate. Whereas butterflies are seen as beautiful insects, colourful, pristine, and should be protected. Now, the reason I've brought this up is because these two insects at face value are extremely similar in terms of anatomy and life cycle. But the most striking difference is that one was blessed with beautiful colours, therefore seen as valuable, while the other was cursed with ugly colours, therefore seen.
So the logic here, and shout out to Wheat Waffles. The logic here is, listen, fellas, butterflies are beautiful. Moths are not, even though they almost look the same. Butterflies are beautiful. Moths are not. Therefore, if you are not beautiful, women will not like you. But we do need to compare it to moths and butterflies because it makes it more easy for you to digest. But here's the thing. In all actuality, I guess maybe every psychology professor isn't going to teach this, but mine did. I'm sure if you've taken any like college psychology, even just like basic psych 1 and psych 2, you probably briefly went over love, like what love is psychologically. And part of that is, they discuss how humans kind of bond with each other. And a big part of this is that the person that you're with needs to be somebody that you have a level of comfort with due to the fact that they are close to being your equal, specifically in looks. I would say close to your equal in looks, age, intelligence level, overall capabilities. They have to be close to your equal, like the male and female version of each other. And the reason why this matters so much is, let's say, for example, let's say you're a guy that's like a 9.5 out of 10. You're ridiculously, extremely good looking, right? You're insanely good looking. It's undescribable how great looking you are. And you decide to date a girl who is like a 3 out of 10, like she's a very ugly looking girl. And she's overweight and she's short and she has cankles and, whatever, acne and all sorts of stuff. So she's unattractive, but you're a giga Chad. You might think, okay, I really like this girl. And I'm way better than her. So I can make this work, right? This is going to be easy. This is going to be a layup. I can make this work. But in reality, every time she looks at you, she has insecurity rolling through her head. She thinks, I am not good enough. This guy is going to leave me for a super hot Stacy at any given moment. And the world is also going to confirm that, because you're going to be out in public and hot chicks are going to be checking you out all the time. And she's always going to be jealous and insecure that one of these hot chicks is going to take you away. That's a fact. And likewise, if the girl is a really fucking hot Stacy, she's a perfect hot Barbie, and all the dudes are trying to get with her, all the sugar daddies, all the rich guys, all the hot guys, all the guys are always checking her out and trying to holler at her. And you're a dude that's like a 3 out of 10. You're fucking broke. You're 5'4". You're overweight. You don't even know how to fight. Like, everything is off about you. You're just a fucking low value guy. But she likes you. So she gets with you. You're going to be just a walking, talking insecurity, right? You're just going to be like always thinking she's cheating on you because the universe is telling you that she should. So that's why psychologically people have to find somebody that is similar to them in looks and overall capability and, the quality and the build of the human being needs to be, it's got to be close. You got to be very, very similar to each other in sexual market value. And that's the thing that the black pill and incel community sort of leaves out. And I understand most of the people in the incel community are sub fives, right? That's what they call themselves, sub 5, below normies. And yeah, that sucks if you're a sub 5. That sucks. And here's why it sucks. Because if you're a sub 5, not only are you not very attractive, but the people that you have to date are also people that are not very attractive. So you're a 4 out of 10. You've got to date women that are a 4 out of 10. And you don't want to do that, because you go on Instagram, you go on OnlyFans, you go on Pornhub, and you see girls that are 9s and 10s out of 10. And that's what you see on your screen all day long. And then it's like, oh, great. And I get to hook up with a fucking 4. But here's the thing, dude. You're short. You have a tiny penis. You don't have very much money. You have bad breath. You have a cavity. You've got a lot of stuff going on, right? You don't have a lot of options. You got to deal with somebody that's on your level. And people don't want to do that. So most inkwells would rather just say, you know what, I'm a 4. I tried cold approaching women that were models. They all rejected me. They hated me. They gave me dirty looks. They said no. So I'm done. I'm out. Nope. Your girlfriend is overweight. She smokes Cools. She works at Wendy's. She has acne. She's greasy. And she hasn't showered yet today. Sorry, but that's your girl. Go talk to her.
As worthless. Just some food for thought to start off. Now looking at the clip, I have absolutely no way of verifying this, but I could bet any money that the man who approached this woman was certainly a sub-5 ugly guy. And the reason I think this is because the way women treat ugly men and attractive men are literally light years apart from one another.
Yeah, you know why? Because look at her. Okay, she might have a kid, and I know guys say, shout out to Raging Tomato, but I know guys like to bash single moms and say their value is low. But look at her. Look at her eyes. Look at the delicate features of her face. She's, she has beautiful skin. I would put the lotion in the bucket any day of the week, right? I would have her trapped in my basement for months. But, she's a good looking chick, right? Obviously, if the dude on the left, that's the 3 out of 10, is like fucking randomly sneaking up behind her in the fucking parking lot when she's with her fucking infant child, of course, like, what does he expect? Of course she's going to be like, get the fuck away. That's why women carry mace, dumbass. Like, this is common knowledge. We know this. And the dude on the left, no offense to him, might be a good guy. I think I saw him at Comic-Con. Nice guy, cool guy. But most guys who are in that position fully understand you don't approach a chick that's like a fucking 9 out of 10 in a parking lot when she's with her infant child. You just don't do it. They're smart enough to know that. And the guy on the right, okay, if he approaches a woman, if he approached the woman in the video, I should say, I think he would be smart enough to not approach her in the parking lot because he probably has options. He probably has like 4 girls that he's texting with right now, and 6 more on Instagram and 11 more on Tinder. And he sees a cute chick in the parking lot with her kid. He probably just keeps walking. But if he did approach her and he did talk to her, he probably has the experience to not be awkward. But then again, most guys that aren't socially awkward don't approach strangers. Like if I'll approach a chick, especially if it's a chick that I know and I haven't seen in a while, like, some chick I went to high school with, and it's like, oh, holy shit, I haven't seen you forever. Of course, I'm going to like run over and talk to her, but it's going to be an exciting and interesting and intriguing conversation for both of us, because it's like, whoa, really? It's you? I haven't seen you in 10 years. Holy shit. That's normal. But I'm not approaching strangers in parking lots. And I doubt the guy on the right is either. That's not a looks thing. That's a social awareness thing. You don't approach women in the parking lot. Who does that?
For ugly men, women don't want to be associated at all. They see them as an embarrassment, lowering their social value, and at a worst case, dangerous.
No, they don't want, they understand, and it's not women in general. So women that are like, okay, attractive women understand that they should be dating attractive men. And think of it like this. Think of the double standard here. What would an incel say if a Giga Chad is dating a woman that is like a 3 out of 10? They would probably be like mad or offended by it, because they would say like that's causing sexual inflation, right? So that makes women that are a 3 out of 10 think they deserve a Giga Chad. That's what that's hoflation, right? That's what that is. That's where that comes from. So what makes them think that there should be broflation and that women that are a 9 out of 10 should date men that are 3 out of 10, much less approach them in parking lots? It just doesn't make sense. And see you later, Sarah. So the logic is kind of easy to poke holes in, but I mean, I understand why they do it. It gets a lot of clicks and people are into it, but the logic is very easy to poke holes in. I bet you if you approached a chick that's a 3 out of 10, if you're a dude that's a 3 out of 10, and you can't lean heavy on your looks. Chad can lean heavy on his looks, right? He just walks in this fucking amazing looking face and physique and amazing Barry White voice and awesome manly strut. And he can lean on that to be what gets a woman turned on, what makes her attracted to him. A guy that's a 3 out of 10 can't lean on that. He has to maybe be funny, be interesting. He has to have something about him that makes people say, I like being around this person. And you know what I'm talking about. Like even with friends that are the same gender. So you're a heterosexual dude and there's something about certain dudes that makes you say, okay, this is my bro and I like hanging out with this guy. And there's something about other dudes that says, I'm kind of repulsed by this guy. I don't really like hanging out with this dude. Right? So if you're a 3 out of 10, you have to have a lot of that. And you've probably adjusted. And you probably do have a lot of that because it's the only way you can get around. But again, you're not approaching 9s, you're approaching 3s with high charisma.
Whereas for attractive men, they are seen as safe, kind, and compassionate. Even studies show better looking people are treated better.
Obviously more attractive people are favored. We all know that, but that's the thing. That's why a woman that's a 3 out of 10 is too insecure to date a man that's a 9 out of 10 because she knows he gets preferential treatment from all the other ladies. And she knows it's only a matter of time before one of the other ladies takes him away. So a woman that's a 3 out of 10, in order for her to be, feel safe and committed into a relationship, she needs to be with a guy that doesn't make her feel insecure. So she has to date a guy that's a 3 out of 10. I mean, this is very, very easy to explain in a psychological sense.
This article from a women's magazine shows a study, on average, attractive male and female servers made about $1,200 more a year than unattractive servers.
Really, in the service industry, attractive people make more money. Do attractive strippers also make more money? Do hot strippers make more money than fat and ugly meth head strippers? Is that the truth? Oh, yeah. Okay. So basically what we're saying is not everybody looks the same. So not everybody gets the same preferential treatment. Therefore, if you're a 3, do not date people that are way better looking than you and get preferential treatment.
Mostly due to the disparity in women's tips. That's right, women are way more superficial than society wants you to believe. So, back to my prediction.
So are men. Here's how superficial men are. In 2019, the manosphere was geared towards men who are middle class, regular dudes, working regular jobs. It was geared towards these guys developing themselves and having other relatable dudes in the same position as them, talking about the same situations that they're going through, providing relatable commentary. But men are secretly superficial. That's why when dudes come into the manosphere and it's like, but I drive a Bugatti and I have $100 million. And if you don't have $100 million, you're not an authority figure that can speak in the manosphere. Well, it's the truth, right? Men are superficial. So they're like, oh, cool, he has a Bugatti. Oh, cool, he has $100 million. Yeah, I want to follow him instead. And that's no hate. I'm just saying it's the truth, right? Men are superficial. Men are superficial. There's a reason why Instagram dudes and YouTube dudes flex and the Ferraris, the Bugattis, the Lamborghinis, the jewelry. They pretend like they have more money than they really have. There's a reason why they do all of this. And it's because they know their superficial male audience will respect them more, subscribe to them more, and give them more money if they fake flex, if they show off the superficial things. It's common knowledge. Human beings have always been like that. This is what you call temptation and lust and gluttony. All these things. I'm not going to preach on you guys, but you know what it is. Like, it's like when you see expensive things, close your eyes, dude. You're not, it's all a facade. The Gucci isn't that much different than the shirts at Walmart, buddy. They're just trying to get your money. But human beings are superficial. They want, yes, as Garth says, vanity. Exactly.
Of the man who approached this woman, I am extremely confident that he would have looked like this, a bottom 10%er in terms of appearance. Because if we hear some of her quotes, I am literally shaking right now because I just had a man approach me in the parking lot. Now,
yes. Okay, for the last time, and I'm not going to keep saying this, but because they always drill this same point that because he's ugly, she doesn't want to be with him. Yes, this is not a black pill. This is not something that is even hard to digest. If you're a 3 out of 10, you do not sneak around parking lots, cold approaching hot chicks, especially if they have an infant child. Okay, most women nowadays have pepper spray on their keychain. You're the reason why they have it.
now, why would she be shaking after just having a man approach her? I mean, I can tell you myself, as a non-ugly guy, this is not the kind of response you'd expect from women. I have 2 interview videos on my channel, which both...
Okay, doing an interview on what looks like a college campus with women who want attention is a much different setting than sneaking around a parking lot and approaching women. Right? If you get sneaked up on in a parking lot, like there's a lot of dudes that will just blast you in your chin, put you to sleep for the evening. Women, they got pepper spray.
involved approaching countless women. I estimate about 100 total. And none of these resulted in getting shouted at or having the women shaking after the interaction. Instead, for the most part, even the ones who didn't want to participate would be respectful and politely decline, so we'd all carry on about our day. I was even thinking of getting my filming assistant to record me approaching the women, including the rejections, to show you how polite most people are if you walk up to them as an average or above average guy. But going back to this woman, I find it unbelievable she had this rush of adrenaline, her fight or flight response kicking in, and felt a need to record a TikTok announcing to the world her trauma just for being approached by a guy in the parking lot. There's only 2 possibilities. Either she's the biggest drama queen in the world, or the guy who approached is the ugliest guy in the world.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and shut this one off, but it would make sense that a woman would be overly dramatic if an unattractive man approaches her in a parking lot. That's the thing. The number one thing that people need to understand about shit like that is you have to have the social awareness and the understanding that if you're a 3 out of 10, you can't sneak up and approach women that are like an 8 or a 9. If you're a 3 out of 10, you need to be socializing with women that are a 3 out of 10. People that are your match. Beggars can't be choosy, and beggars will go to jail if they attempt to be choosy. There's movements. There's a lot of things going on that, look, a woman's worst fear would be to get, attacked and assaulted and used by a man that she has zero attraction to and is creepy and all that, and rightfully so. So don't plant the seed in her head that you're a weirdo that's going to do that shit. Don't do that. You know? Yeah, you got to play a different game if you're a 3 out of 10. If you're a 3 out of 10 and you got to run high charisma game on women that are 3 out of 10s and 2 out of 10s. Be funny, be cool, be a guy they can count on. Don't cold approach them in the parking lot. Even if you're a 9 out of 10, don't cold approach them in the parking lot. But if you're a 9 out of 10, you can run good looking man games. So let's say you're walking around the mall, you're going to see women, like a group of women might be like staring at you and smiling and giggling. Well, yeah, then you can approach, because when you approach them, you get them excited. And that's what really matters. That's good looking guy game. He gets a woman excited by his looks. Ugly guys have to run charisma game on ugly chicks. That's the reality check. All right. You know what? I'm going to post the link so Carrie can call in. Also, if you're a caller out there that wants to call in because you have something interesting to say that you'd like to share, or if you have a dating advice question, or just a general life advice question, you may click the link and call into the show. We'd love to hear what you have to say. All right. Not Carrie, please. Aye. Chat is peak. Chat's doing good. Yeah, we've got a lot of people in there. The only request that I wish I had is if you leave once, you can't come back. I wish that were a rule. There should be a one-click policy. I don't care if you're on your break at work, damn it. If you click off, you're out. While we're waiting on Carrie to call in, I want to hear a hot chick tell us the disadvantages of cuckolding.
We have a quite interesting topic today. We will discuss cuckolding. I already made a video about the reasons why women should try cuckolding. And right after that, I questioned myself and the phrase and the name of the video that I picked. I was like, should they try that, like, really? But anyway, the main idea of the video was that if a woman tries that, she does it for herself, first of all, not for her partner. Even if, yes, of course, like, it's up to the couple what to do with their sexual life. And obviously,
Yeah, of course, ladies. Fuck another dude in front of your husband for you. Don't fuck the other dude for him. Fuck the other dude for you.
both parties should be taken into consideration. Yeah, like the desires of both people here. However, I can see the tendency that mostly women do it for men. And that's mostly
Loki, I clicked on this video because this
Men.
chick looks almost identical to the hottest chick that I have ever hooked up with in my life. And maybe she's not the hottest chick, but there was something about the way she looked that was like, to me, she was the hottest. Don't know why. There's just something about the features. Even though the chick had a boyfriend and a sugar daddy, it was still a good experience. That's why I had to click on her, but whatever.
And also, I don't understand this when people get so upset when you generalize something, when you speak about different topics. It is important to generalize because it is based on reality, because we speak about tendencies. We don't speak about something in particular. Yeah, these would be like some different videos, or I could mention that. But when I say that it's mostly men's fantasy, it does not exclude me, for example, even if like I'm into that. It's just like generally speaking. Let's speak a little bit about the reasons. Yeah, I mean, if you watch this video, you probably already know what cuckolding is. Yeah, when a man wants his wife or his girlfriend to have sex with other men. So basically, this is like sexualized cheating. Of course, obviously, that's not actual cheating because that's consensual, but the idea is cheating. That is the same like with other kinks. You sexualize something that is considered bad, yeah, like sexualized misogyny, sissification, or sexualized, or
I think most, not most, but definitely not most. But I think a lot of people do have like an infidelity, or there's something taboo about cheating. Like if you were to approach a married woman and be like, I want to pull your pants down and fuck you in the bathroom while your husband's in the other room and doesn't even know about it. Like there's probably like a subconscious thing there that would be like, it's so taboo that it's like hot. It's kinky.
racism, as a race play, or sexualized, or negative attitude to a person, like humiliation kink, etc., etc. So, and this obviously does not come from something that happened consensually. Sometimes we say that, oh, like maybe someone cheated on this man, yeah, and this is how his psyche found the way to cope with this by sexualizing this experience, right? So like there was like some better man who had better sex with his wife, and like this is how it turned him on, instead of upsetting him, because maybe for his psyche that's too much to get upset and to deal with the jealousy. Yeah, that's like one of the possible options why it happened. But however, I think that it happens even earlier, when like everything starts from our childhood. And probably the majority of cucks would find some situation or a set of situations, yeah, like multiple situations that happen in their childhood, when they felt this jealousy towards their mom. But it is forbidden to desire your mom sexually, right? Or but somehow you have this feeling, and when you see your mom with maybe your father or with another man, you have these mixed feelings, and you are not supposed to feel jealous either. Or maybe you are actually, as a child. No, no, jealousy is fine for children. Children are always jealous. You're not supposed to feel sexual desire towards your mom, but you do. So these are very
What?
Have you been smoking marijuana?
Oh, fuck yeah.
Do you ever have sexual fantasies about the people who love you the most? Your parents. I think that comes from being a porn addict. Something like a taboo subject like fucking your sister or something like that wouldn't like, I don't think that would ever be in anybody's head. But like, if you were to turn on like Pornhub or something, like there's guaranteed, like on the first page, there's going to be like, somebody fucking their sister or some, it's just going to be like some weird shit. Right. And the reason why is because when you watch porn, like every time you watch it, you need something more kinky than the last. So it's like, look, when I was in high school or when I was like a teenager, softcore porn was enough. Like if you turned on HBO and, you saw some boobs and you saw no penetration, but it was just like her boobs were out and they were kissing and whatever. That was like enough. Like that was hot to watch. But things have escalated. Then it escalated to like hardcore porn, and then it escalated to like hot Asian spits in guy's butthole and like weird shit. And it's just like, what the fuck am I watching? And then it escalates to like just whatever weird kinky shit. So it just keeps getting weirder and weirder. And that's why we moved on to like whatever. Like that's why people nowadays are into this weird shit. It's just, they're just fucking into it. They need something kinkier and weirder.
Very conflicted feelings. This is
Hang on. Look up Oedipus complex. Is that what you said? Oedipus complex, the complex of emotions aroused in a young child, typically around the age of 4, by an unconscious sexual desire for the parent of the opposite sex and wish to exclude the parent of the same sex. I did learn about that and call it in, I think, Psych 1. I do remember hearing about that when we studied Freud. I don't think I ever fantasized about my mother.
It's just my own guess, confirmed by a few cucks I've spoken to. But I'm not saying that it's like the only right version why it happens. So I would like those who consider themselves cucks, to share in the comments down below when and how it started, if you're ready for this, of course. But I would really appreciate your answers. So whenever I share my ideas, I get blamed in being too heteronormative, even if the majority of the world is heteronormative. Also, what else? There is something else, like, honestly, I forgot. So, but my main idea is that cuckolding has to be based on what women want. And in order to understand what women want, uh, we actually have to pay attention. And the problem is that women don't speak much about it. Because female sexuality is either suppressed, that's been suppressed for long time, or it's exploited. So nowadays we can also see that. So yes, like lots of women convince themselves that hookup culture is great for them. And what's the alternative of that? Like staying home mom, going to church, as if people see that these just like two polarities. And if you say that, oh, like a woman cannot have sex like a man, or cannot just like get this mechanical pleasure, it does not mean that there are cases when some women can. And I've experienced that as well. That's not about that. Again, I'm speaking about general tendencies, not about some particular cases. Of course, I've had quite a lot of sexual partners, and I had a period of my life when I was like Samantha Jones, and I was slipping around with men saying that, okay, I just have sex, and I still claim that.
Haram. Shame on you. Oh, wait, we're sexually liberated, so it's okay. Salute to you. Round of applause to you.
I love sex, but it takes a little bit more. Okay. It's not just pure sex. And women are mostly, mm, well, they get attached to who they sleep to. Not always, of course, but they tend to more than men. However, what I see in cuckolding is that men have some understanding um, about women based on, I mean, they just like not actual understanding of women. They just imagine how they would feel as a woman. And I can see this when, for example, I talk to our gay people. I see how gay people interact. My dick, okay, picture, picture, meet tonight, let's fuck. That's it. And they think that women interact the same way. But it takes a little bit more to get sexually interested in a man. And I'm not saying that a woman cannot have sex just for sex. I'm saying that this woman's just includes so much, not maybe so much, but more than men's just sex. Because for a woman, in order to be turned on, it takes to feel safe. So, first of all, but this can also go together with a feeling of danger, mm, like kind of like a thrill, adventure. That's why lots of women have this. So, for example, men have Madonna whore complex. Yeah. Women also have it. Women also, they like this nice, stable guy and a bad boy. And again, even if I cannot relate to liking a bad boy, my type has always been like a weird guy or like someone very strange that gives me emotions. And even if I cannot relate to this specific type, it does not mean that so it does not exclude the experience and the preferences of the majority. I don't like this strange movement when they try to shut them down, especially women. They only recently started speaking about what they want, actually. Only recently started finally understanding. It's not always easy to get her talking about what she wants. And mm, when I want to share my opinions on cuckolding and to discuss this, like the whole sphere, yeah, of kink, I don't want to speak to kink community. Like I don't want to be accepted by kink community. I mean, I honestly don't care that much. There are people who agree, there are people who disagree. My target audience, yes, of course, when I do financial domination, obviously my target audience is subs. But when I speak about these things, yeah, like that include women, I speak about women in general. Like kin community is like it's this amount of people in comparison. I care for women. I care how women express their sexual desires. I care for the world that is affected by women's sexuality, but it's not explored yet. And it can be, and it can be explored in cuckolding. But again, if cuckolding is based on women's desires, lots of women face the same issue. They marry a guy, and only like couple of years later, she finds out that he has some fetishes she didn't know about. That's a big issue. Your fetishes should be communicated in advance. I think, like, even when you just meet someone, or at least just at the beginning of your relationship, when it's not even a relationship. And then they have to deal with this. And often they don't want to lose their partner. If you are lucky, yes, maybe if like after you get married, you tell her, oh, I actually wanted to sleep with other men. If you're lucky, maybe she will be down for that. But what if not? What if not? And then, like, what are the choices she has? To get a divorce or maybe to try just because you want it? Okay, if we speak about kin community, well, that's also a very interesting understanding of female sexuality. You will see thousands of accounts on Twitter, of porn accounts. Like these cucks, they constantly retweet porn, BBC porn, or all kinds of huge penises porn, ripping off these women, ripping them apart, using them as whores, right? Because this is what we understand by female sexuality, that a woman is someone who gets fucked. For a regular couple, I would say that there are more disadvantages to try cuckolding. I'm not talking about kinky couple. I'm talking about when they just want to try. And again, why I don't concentrate on like kinky people, kink community. Yeah, because almost everyone has kinks. And somehow people live with that without organizing any communities, without like living by these rules. I think everyone has some kinks. And cuckolding, yeah, like, is it sexual deviation? Probably for many people it would seem so, but at the same time, is it in DSM-5, DSM-6? I don't think so, especially if it includes 2 or 3 or more consensual people. To me, that's a very innocent perversion. But at the same time, when we speak about marriage, it can ruin your marriage. Often a cuck is not someone sexy. Yeah, often a woman wouldn't have this passionate relationship with a cuck. That's why she would, again, coming back to women's needs. In if we take the concept of cheating, which is the basis of cuckolding, even if you say that's not cheating, that's consensual, obviously. But where does humiliation come from? Yeah, I don't even know. I don't even know. How do we replace jealousy? How do we cope with this? I don't think that cuckolding is similar to swingers parties or polyamory relationship. That's not the same. That's actually based, like, that's sexualized cheating. And for that, we have to understand why women cheat. Why do we have to understand this? Maybe to understand women better, just in general. Maybe because we realize that the world is not just pure kink community with like their own rules. How
All right, we're going to go ahead and shut that one off right there. Hope that video was somewhat informative. We're done with that one. Now, if somebody would like to call in, you can call in. The link is posted. We had people requesting to call in, and then I posted the link and nobody did. But I repeat, it's up there if you'd like to call it. Also, get the fucking likes up. Come on, 29. 29, that's... We're not doing so good. We're not doing so good on likes. I mean, if the market's telling me that we shouldn't do these, then we won't do these. LFA, what's your view on prenups considering today's family laws? Also, yeah, if you guys have a question, put it in the chat, type Q before your question, or put it in a super chat, and I'll definitely see it that way. Anyways, but what's your view on prenups considering today's family laws? I don't think prenups really even mean that much. You know, depending on how good the lawyer is, they can get around the shit. I think, yeah, everybody, you should get a prenup just to be on the safe side if you're going to get married. But in all actuality, if you want to get married and start a family, your focus should not be on, you know, prenups and disaster. Your focus should be on making the shit work, having a good relationship. You're the man after all, right? So you're the leader of the relationship. Are you leading it in the right direction, in a healthy direction where your woman is loving and loyal and submissive to you and doesn't want to screw you over in the court system? Or are you leading a relationship that pushes a woman to want to get revenge on you and want to destroy you in the court system. Because look, when a woman has decided that she no longer loves you, and even worse, if you've done something to scorn her and she wants revenge, she will get that fucking revenge. And if you married her and you cheated on her, or, you did some, tactic that you learned from the manosphere and it rubbed her the wrong way, she will be scorned and she will destroy you in the court system. You've been warned. Dylan, what's up, brother?
This is how we do it.
This is how we do it. It's Friday night and I feel all right. All right. Appreciate that. Prenup is not marrying a bar sloot. Yeah. So the thing about a prenup is there's a chance the prenup will just be a piece of toilet paper when you're going through divorce and it means nothing. There's a chance it could hold up, right? Just depends on the situation. But with that being said, if you are persistent about getting a prenup whenever you're going through the process of getting married, that is in and of itself a reason for a woman to feel slighted and scorned, because she'll justify it in her mind. A lot of them will. They'll justify it in their mind and they'll say, whoa, you don't trust me? Your trust for me is so low that you think you need a prenup? I'm already feeling a little off about this relationship. Whereas, I'm not suggesting that people don't get a prenup if they get married, but I'm saying if you do get one, you also have to deal with the fact that a woman is, if you don't get one, at least you can use good boy points, right? You can use the not getting a prenup as good boy points. So you can say, I trust you so much, I don't need one. Yeah, blue pilled. Thing is, if at any given point she feels scorned, she feels like she wants revenge, she feels like she no longer wants to be with you, she'll go cold on you and take it all from you. So regardless of what you do, it's in your best interest, it's in your favor to lead that relationship to a healthy place where the woman views you as the man that she wants to be beside, that she wants to share life with, that she wants to be with, that she wants to have sex with. Because if she doesn't, you're in trouble. Damn, that got my heart rate up. Woo. All right, 40 likes. We're moving up. We're at 40 likes. Next stop, 50 likes. We'll get there. Don't you worry about that. The whole child support and alimony and whatever else the fuck happens, money you lose in a divorce. Living in the United States of America, especially as a man, I don't think it's as scary as people think. Like, it would piss me off if I was married to a chick and she divorced me. She's fucking some other dude and I'm paying her $1,000 a month while she's fucking some other dude. I would be fucking pissed, right? Like, any man would be absolutely fucking irate about that. But I would still make it. Like, it wouldn't really screw my life up that bad. Like, it would piss me off, but I would probably cope by banging like either loose skanks from Tinder or escorts, which I don't have to resort to escorts, and I never have and never hopefully ever will. But I'm just saying, if you're going through a shitty divorce and it's like life has kicked you in the ass, it'd be like, fuck, I need to pass time somehow. So yeah, I mean, in that situation, it might be like, fuck it, let's just bang hookers. I hate bitches anyways. You know, that's understandable, but you would still make it. Like it wouldn't like destroy my life. I would like be like, what a minor setback. This fucking sucks. But I'm going to get through it. You know, I do know a lot of guys that pay child support. And child support's probably the biggest thing. Now, if you bought a house together and you lost the house, that would suck. That would be really shitty, honestly. But you know, if she's stuck making the payments and it's like, you know, it's still child support, right? Like you can still go buy your own house, go buy a new house. Should be a pain in the ass, but still you would get through it, right? Just a fact, when women can't pay child support, she gets benefits. When men can't pay child support, they go to jail. True. Unless the woman is ordered to pay child support, which I have seen before. For example, if there's a fairly like extreme, you know, some type of circumstance involved that causes the father to get custody of the kids, but it has to be something extreme. Like if the mother is on, you know, really hard on illegal pharmaceutical type stuff, you know, illegal recreational substances. Maybe she works in a strip club or she has like the deck stacked against her with her life. Like she screws up a lot and the judge says, okay, the father is a much better parent here. Kids go with the father. It's rare, but it does happen sometimes. The man has to be an outstanding citizen. For example, if he's like a firefighter and she's addicted to drugs and she's a stripper, it's like, yeah, okay, the judge in that situation will probably give the kids to the father. Now, the mother won't get screwed over too bad in the court system. She'll just be stuck paying child support. Basically, that's it. But yeah, in that situation, the woman will be held accountable as well. You know, the system will probably be a little bit lighter on her, but for the most part, it'll be the same. You know, but that's just a rare circumstance because usually the man makes more money. Usually, you know, the deck is sort of stacked in the woman's favor. The big reason why is because the man has to pay for the woman's attorney. That's what really screws things up, right? So if the woman picks the best attorney in town, he's expensive as fuck. The dude just fucking destroys the man in the court system and all of his money's gone and he has to pay for his own demise. That's terrible. That's terrible. That is absolutely, hang on a second, terrible. But it happens. It happens. Shout out to Beautiful Life in the house. All right, fellows, I do have to get another beer, so I'll be right back in just a moment.
We pass with flying colors. Now, on to the more advanced course in stripping each other naked.
This can be a very long seminar. I won't complain.
I'll take it.
Oh, yeah.
Football is so thrilling.
I love it when they score.
Oh.
Trojan man!
Looks like someone was being waved home.
Well,
You need new Trojan Pleasure Mesh latex condoms. Only Trojan has a special mesh pattern of over 300 raised Passion X's, designed for a most exciting and stimulating experience.
Batter up.
My job is done here. New Trojan Pleasure Mesh. Trojan, America's #1 condom. The most trusted for a most stimulating experience.
That seemed like a lot of lasers and smoke machines for a folk thing.
Well, it's all about the packaging.
But really not a lot of substance.
Oh, you want more substance? How's that?
You know, I hate to say it, but I have some notes to go over tonight.
These? This is work. Now it's time to play.
How come it seems like you're always afraid to talk to me? Like we'd find out we have nothing in common, like schoolwork or taste in music.
Stan, relax.
These are important to me.
Well, how important am I?
Are you ready for LFA? All right. We're back. All beard up and still no Carrie. Still no Carrie. What a surprise, surprise. And you know what? I really wish that dude that made the troll video about me would call in. I'd love to have a conversation with him. Open invitation. Late model millennials had to make do with jerking to Victoria's Secret catalog and softcore HBO. Kids nowadays are spoiled. Spoiled or brain damaged. She was trying to take him off the Sigma to grind set. Damn right. Shout out Diesel Kane. Who made a troll video of ULFA? I watched it last week. I don't remember his name. He doesn't have very many subscribers, and like he disses a lot of manosphere guys. But it's strange because I looked at his channel and it's weird because like he had a video dissing John Anthony Lifestyle. Like, okay. So John Anthony Lifestyle is a pickup artist that promotes hooking up with as many women as possible. It's like, fair enough. That's one person. You know, dissing one person is reasonable if you disagree with their ideas. All right, whatever. And then he disses like Fresh and Fit. And it's like Fresh and Fit and John Anthony are like enemies. And it's like their ideas are totally different. And then he disses Rollo Tomasi. It's like, okay, you're kind of all over the place here. Then he disses me. And then he disses Better Bachelor. And all of these, you know, all of these different people that have different sets of ideas. Like none of these people are the same. Like they all represent a different ideology, a different way of going about life. And mine is, look, you know, I was in a 9-year relationship. I didn't experience much single life until I was around 30 years old. I live life, you know, and I share my experiences and I give people advice based on my experiences. They can either take the advice or they can be entertained by the videos, or they can join the live streams. They can call in, they can be a part of it. They can do whatever they want to do. And there's some people that are going through situations and they want consulting. They have faith in me. So they call and I give them consulting. I've had multiple dudes get married, you know, marry their girlfriends, and they'll come to me for a consulting once a week, asking what they should do next. Are they moving at the right pace? Are they doing the right things? Multiple people. And we have successful fucking marriages. We have dudes that are porn addicts that can't stop with their porn addiction. We have dudes that are addicted to banging strippers in strip clubs, and we help them with that. We have guys that are just lonely and have no friends. We help them with that. We have guys that have no direction and don't know what they want to do with their careers. So we help them with that. But the bottom line is, I don't force anybody to take my advice, and I don't, it's not an infomercial. I'm not trying to sell people things. I do this because I like to do it. The fact that I make money doing it is just fucking icing on the cake. So when somebody comes after me, sure, if you come after an idea of mine, like if there's a specific idea that you don't like, we can debate that. But if you're attacking like what you think is my brand, it's like, no, you're just kind of being a dick. You know, you can come have a conversation with me, and I'm not going to attack you and the things that you do unless I have to. But why are you going to attack me when you don't even know me? You've never met me before, but you're going to make a video calling me an idiot, retarded clown and whatever. It's like, okay, whatever. People that watch your video, guarantee if any of my viewers go over there and watch your video, they're going to think you're the tard. But that's for the audience to decide. That's why I don't have to, I'm not going to make a fucking response video on my main channel. Sandman was your first critic. I don't think he was my critic. So people are not very honest about intentions. And Sandman falls in that category. I was making videos in the, in the space of dudes being single and staying single and blah, blah, blah. And that month I got millions of views that month. That's a lot for 1 month. And he was getting like 250,000 views that month. So I came in and got like just that month. I mean, I'm not talking on a whole, but that month I got 10 times the amount of views that he got. So look, it was interfering with his money. He had to come out. He had to attack me. So I get it. I get the competitive side of things. It is what it is. I want to marry my future wife on the LFA show in a parking lot. Fuck yeah. Live stream that shit. Tell us how many days you retained. And yeah, Neo. So the reason why, or I should say, like the bad part about manosphere stuff in general is most content creators have to stick to one talking point, and they have to argue that talking point. In reality, you would want to be flexible. Like when you're having a conversation with somebody, you want to be flexible enough to be like, okay, I hear your point. I understand that. Okay, cool, whatever. Here's what I do. This isn't necessarily advice, but I'm just telling you what I do. You're telling me what you think I should do, but okay, whatever. But the problem with most manosphere guys is they have a certain way of thinking and they want to argue and debate that point. When in reality, it's like points can change over time. They can change by the minute. You have to have flexibility. I haven't changed that much. I've just, the content's changed. I'm pretty normal. I'm pretty much the same, honestly, in my life. Yeah, my delivery's changed. I don't think my stances have changed. I don't know. I would need an example. I don't know. Show growth. Maybe so. I mean, I think anybody should grow. Like if you've been posting regularly for 7 years, there should be growth. And that's the thing about the manosphere. They don't want you to grow. Like they want you to be like, stick to that same, whatever little way of thinking, whatever echo chamber you're a part of, you need to stay in that echo chamber and never leave it. All right. We've got Carrie here. Carrie, you're live.
Hello. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Hey, hello,
Now, Carrie, hold on, Carrie. When you came on, we had 70 live viewers. So I want to see how many we have at the end of our conversation. All right. Anyways, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, happy. Am I sounding okay?
Yeah. Hold on. Before you go, Neo Starling, you were a bit more MGTOW, but now you promote relationships. So the thing about that is I was on YouTube in like 2014, 2015. It was like fitness content. I made my first dating advice video. It was on my old channel that's gone, but I think the video still exists. I think I re-uploaded it to another channel. And Carrie, I'll let you talk in just a second, but I want to show you guys just so you know I'm not bullshitting you. And this was long before I was ever doing anything related to manosphere, before I even knew what it was, actually. Okay. Hold on. So this video was originally made, I believe, in like late 2015, early 2016. And I was camera shy. I couldn't talk very well, but hold on. Here it is. I got a unique question the other day on Facebook. And unique questions get video responses. Keep that in mind.
It is the man with the dick in the
I was
balls.
rapping. Man. Cool message on Facebook the other day. And normally I only get asked about supplements and lifting weights and stuff like that. But this was a cool and unique question. So I'm going to make a whole video about it. Now, this was Raphael from Arizona. And this question was funny. He said, I'm getting pretty buff, but I'm still not getting chicks. I always notice girls looking at me, but it seems like every time I start to feel like it's going to turn into something, they end up talking to some skinny jeans wearing fuckboy and forgetting all about me. All right, we won't watch the whole thing, but see, long before I was like anything manosphere or like made a MGTOW related video, I was doing dating advice. It's just there was like a 2-month time period when I was like making like MGTOW related content. But back then MGTOW was different. Like you got to understand, MGTOW was strange back then. There was tons of like I don't know. MGTOW had like a different vibe. It was people from like it kind of had like a hip hop vibe to it. It's hard to explain, but like it was like fuck bitches, get money and blah blah blah. And it was just a cool, energetic movement. And I was like, hell yeah, you know what? I'm gonna contribute to this community. So that's what I was doing. I was contributing to the videos to that community for like a few months. But then, it was like after a while, it started to get really bitter and everything was bitter. And because the movement was getting bitter, I was attached to that bitterness. And I was like, fuck it. I don't want to even be a part of this shit. So I'm going to go back to doing what I do. And that's being free spirited and free minded, talking about whatever the fuck I want to talk about. I don't want to be trapped in that specific echo chamber. LFA, I think your first you did was true. LFA, I think your first vid you did was True Force Loneliness. That wasn't my first one. I was already on YouTube for like 4 years when I made that one. That was supposed to be funny. That was meant to be an entertaining video. I thought people would laugh at it. But yep. So anyways, the first one you saw of me. Yeah. Yeah. I thought it was funny. That's what it was meant to be. Anyways, Carrie, go ahead.
Testing. Do I sound okay?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, I was going to call in Tuesday, but I'm still down here in Mexico to the 2nd. But first of all, Happy New Year to everybody coming up. Get the likes up, subs up. Also, what was I going to say? Oh, I want to give a shout out to, I don't know, I'm January 4th. I'm just curious, how far, this is a little short notice, I should have told you before because I knew about it. How far is Tulsa from Denver, Colorado? Because January 4th, I'm going to be at a club called the Church Nightclub in Denver. It's a big nightclub filming this guy, Andy Moore, who's a friend of mine, and this friend of mine, Jess. They're both EDMs, like people. I mean, how far is Denver from Tulsa? I'm just curious.
I mean, it's a good while. It's probably like a 10-hour drive or so.
Oh, that far? So you're saying it's like 400 or 500 miles, or 600 miles? I don't know.
Hold on, Denver.
But it's an hour by plane. It's an hour by plane, probably, right? Well, anybody listen? Anybody?
So
how far is it?
Hang on. Denver.
Anybody that's going to be in, can I just make a shout out? Anybody that's going to be in Denver.
Yeah, Carrie, for me, it would be, let me see here.
I will be there.
Oh, yeah, for me, it would be a 10-hour.
Don't ask.
Yeah, for me, it would be 700 miles.
That far?
Over 10 hours.
No, but I thought Denver and Oklahoma were right next to each other, aren't you? Or is Nebraska in between?
So I think actually the top of the panhandle of Oklahoma borders Colorado.
Yeah.
But Tulsa is like eastern, like sort of northeastern Oklahoma, and Denver is like north central Colorado.
You know what? Colorado's a weird state. Have you checked this out? A lot of people don't realize this. Okay, so Colorado touches Oklahoma on one side, but below Colorado
it touches Oklahoma on the very far west coast. And I'm like almost on the east coast of Oklahoma. Oklahoma is like a long state. Like to go from top to bottom, north to south isn't that far, but to go from east to west, it is far.
Okay, I want to, if you mentioned you want to go to New Mexico to check it out, or you might move there, I wouldn't recommend moving to Albuquerque. I don't know, Albuquerque's kind of a weird place, but
dude, let me tell you, I would be perfectly happy moving to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and shacking up with some cute 28-year-old Mexican chick. And just fucking living life.
Well, let me explain what's great about Albuquerque, though. If you've never been there, I'll give you a hint. This is cool. Because I've flown into Albuquerque. Okay, you've heard of Santa Fe, New Mexico, obviously, right? It's a big artist kind of thing, Santa Fe. Santa Fe is literally, if you live in Albuquerque, Santa Fe is like an hour drive from Albuquerque, okay? Check this out. And then to go from Albuquerque to Santa Fe is about an hour. Okay, now check this out. To go from Santa Fe to Taos, Taos, which is it's a smaller town than Albuquerque, than Santa Fe. Small, obviously smaller than Albuquerque, way smaller, and then Taos is even smaller. Okay, these are both little artist communities. Taos is only like another 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour from there. So all these little towns are kind of right next to each other. You know, they're not that far. Here's what's cool. You're like nature and stuff, right? It's all of that. Like you get the best of everything. Like when you're in here's what I have to say about that. When you're in like Albuquerque, and when you're in, I forgot the elevation, but when you're in Albuquerque, when you're in Santa Fe, when you're in Albuquerque, Santa Fe, it does snow. It'll snow in Santa Fe. I'm not sure about Albuquerque, but when you get to Taos, Taos is up around 5. I don't know how many feet is, but you can actually go skiing up in that area. So it's cool because, I'm not sure if Albuquerque snows, but you're only like an hour and a half away from where you get really good snow for skiing in the wintertime. And then Colorado, the best part of, I just want to say this real quickly, the best part of Colorado is only like another hour from Taos. It's all right there. Like, check this out. This was with my ex-wife and her family, like about 10 years, it must have been over 15, 20 years ago, right? We went on this. Did you ever see the Indiana Jones movie with, I think Joaquin Phoenix was in it? I don't know. It was the one where it opened up. It was the second or third Indiana Jones movie, and he was filming it on top of a train. We went on that train that they filmed it on. It's in southern Colorado, but that's the side point. I don't want to get boring. Okay, here's the point I'm making. Let's get back to it. Fuck all that shit. Let's talk about what you were uploading today. Your video today, which is more important, there's something I disagree with, something I agree strongly with. You made the here's what I 100% agree with. People are staying single longer, 100%, 1,000%. And I'm going to make a point too. The longer they stay single, because I look at my friends that are single, especially my female friends, because I've known them the longest, it seems. Check this out. Here's the catch-22 to being single as you get older. You sometimes two things happen. Especially I notice this with women. Guys are a little different, but with women I notice they almost get in this rut where, you know how you say, LFA, that you get comfortable being by yourself, or I may get comfortable being by myself. I think some of my women friends get comfortable being with themselves. So they kind of, like, some of them almost can't be in a relation. You know what they do? Some of them, either they've been hurt by an ex-husband or past boyfriend or something. They put walls up, so they don't even really want to. At a certain point, I realized one of my close friends is like 49, 50, another one's 61, 62. I noticed with these women, here's my point. If they've been single too long, it seems to me they're going to stay single. And I think you could say that about guys too. Can you address that? If they've been single too long, I think they just end up staying single. I hate to say it, especially I noticed this with like women that are like super high achievers who are into their careers and stuff. Sometimes those are the women that, especially if they're married to their career, they're the ones, some of them never have kids. Some of them just, it's weird. Can you address I ate a chocolate bar that was laced with THC that I brought down to Mexico.
I'm not sure what the premise of that is that you want me to address. Like, what do you want me to, like?
Oh, your video said people are staying single longer, which is true. That's 100% true. Here's what I want you to address, my man. If they're staying single longer, don't you agree with me that this is what I'm trying to explain, and I want your feedback on this. The longer they stay single, and I'm talking about people who are past 40, past 45, past 50, and whether they're men or women, the longer they stay single, they get so set in other words, you're feeling this way at 37, right? That you've got to feel like you don't really want to merge with some other person and you're happy being single, right? Well, think of it.
Sort of.
Let's say you went, can you imagine if you were 50 and you were in and out of another, let's say, but between now and 50, if you don't find a wife, but you go in and out of a couple more relationships, long-term relationships, you may get to a point where you don't even want any more relationships with people. So here's my question to you. Don't you find that the longer people are single as they age, the longer it is for them to find somebody to bond with or go out with?
Yeah. So here's how it is, in my opinion. Most people, when they're young, they are desperate and they're codependent, right? They want most guys especially, they want a girlfriend so bad. They want to get laid so bad. So they're desperate for it, right? And they'll do anything they can to get it. So if you're a guy that, okay, let's say it could be either. You could be a guy like me who was in a 9-year relationship and became single at like 30 years old, right? You could be a guy that maybe you dated a few girls, you had nothing serious or whatever. Regardless of how you get to this point, if you reach the age of, let's say, 30, and you have reached a point where you are happy being single, not only happy being single, but content and in a position where you don't even want a relationship. And so much that you meet women, you hook up with them, you date them for a month or two. And after X amount of time goes by, you're kind of like, man, like this girl's cool, great person. But compared to what I was doing before I met her, this is like smothering. This is like she's always around. It's like, kind of want my freedom back. So you cut things off. And that's what happens when you are happy being single. And in this day and age, as I was saying in the video, when you have the freedom to choose, like 100 years ago, the freedom might not have totally been there, especially for women. You kind of still had like semi-arranged marriages, even in the West. Parents would introduce you to somebody or whatever, and it's like, boom, there you are. You get married. Once you get married, you stay together. And that's how life goes. But in this day and age, all the satisfaction that you get from marriage, you can get from porn. You can get from escorts. Shout out to Master Yoda. You can get from, if you're attractive enough, hooking up with women on Tinder, hooking up with women from nightclubs, hooking up with women from the gym. You can get it from all of these areas. And you can get your dopamine hits and your satisfaction. Even if you're working in a warehouse making 40 grand a year, you can feel like a complete fucking winner mentally because you're good at video games. It is what it is, right? So in this day and age, you can have everything that you need and want being single and living by yourself, and being broke is a joke. And women too. So women can get their oxytocin hits from romance novels or movies. They can get their validation from social media. They can get their expensive, dinner dates from sugar daddies. They can get it all, right? So everybody in some way, shape, or form, whether you're an incel that can't get a girlfriend, whether you're a giga chad that likes to hook up, whether you're a hot chick that just likes to be single, but whatever, no matter who you are, what position you're in, you can stay single and be fully satisfied and more satisfied than somebody that's married with children. But none of that will fill the void for the innate desire, the instinctual, biological imperative. That is
the fuck you fuck.
Reproducing.
The fuck you fuck.
No, reproducing.
No, wait. In your case, it's reproducing.
No, fuck you fuck. Anybody can get that. Even the worst incel in the world can fuck you fuck. We're not talking about that. We're saying the innate desire to reproduce.
Okay, but at my age, since I'm older, I don't have the desire to reproduce at my age because I'm a little older. But I do have the desire to practice, to keep practice reproducing. I'll never get out of the stage of wanting to practice.
Get laid. Yeah, but that's my point exactly. You don't need a wife to get laid. you can, you know, maybe you'll get lucky on a dating app. Maybe you'll get lucky with that homeless lady that you met the other day, or maybe you'll call an escort, right? No matter what you do, you can make that happen, right? One way or another. There's an outlet where you can make that happen.
If I want to get laid seriously by somebody, like I have back in Palm Springs, an old neighbor that I have a friend with benefit. I mean, there's outlets for guys like me to always get laid one way or another, whether it's friend with benefits, whether it's, you know, somebody, you know, it's just always.
Last resort, you could get a freaking escort.
Oh, I could get an escort. I go to a massage parlor. I mean, I don't really have a need for that, but I mean, I could get a blowjob from a homeless lady. No, I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't like, to be quite honest, I'm big on escorts for guys like Master Yoda, and depending where guys are in their life. But for me personally, and I've used them, I'm not saying I never have, but I really haven't used one or gone to a massage parlor. I can honestly say it's been over 20 years, just because I'll tell you why. Because the last 20 years, I always wanted it to be a little more than just, I haven't had to, and I don't know, it's just, you know what? I'm going to make a statement. You know what? I was more like, here's the thing. Here's what I found. You know when guys are more likely to go to a massage parlor or use an escort?
Why?
And I even found this true sometimes in my past relationship, especially when I was married over 15 years. A lot of times the guy that uses the escort goes, it's not just, you know what? I'm going to make a statement. It's not just these black pill doomers, the incels like Master Yoda claims to be, that go to these escorts. I'll tell you who goes too. I'm going to tell you who's even a bigger draw. Well, maybe now it's 50-50, but in the past it was 75-25 because normal guys like him could have got laid. You know who in the past traditionally has been the biggest users of escorts and hookers and people like that? Married men.
Rock stars.
No, they don't have to pay for it. It was always married guys. Think about it. It was the married guy because the married guy
pay for it. You don't think rock stars pay for it? I mean, okay, a lot of those strippers and hookers are trying to get impregnated by them, so they're like, you know, they're opportunistic. But I think a lot of times they have what they call like pussy coordinators. And it's like, yeah, so pay these girls off, make them sign a contract. I want like
they don't pay. What?
I want like 6 to 10 dime pieces. But here's the thing. But you want them to sign a contract so they can't like Me Too you or whatever, because that's always been a thing. Before Me Too was around, it was still an issue. Like guys didn't want to get busted for some false accusation. So, you know, for example, there are certain situations like Mike Tyson got caught up, Tupac got caught up, right? Nobody thinks that they actually were guilty of SA with those women, but they slipped up because they didn't make those women sign contracts. So look, if I'm like LeBron James or somebody and I'm on a vacation in Brazil, and LeBron's a rock star, right? Athletes are rock stars too. We're just putting them all in the same category, right? So like if I'm LeBron James and I'm down in Brazil, yeah, I'm paying for it 100%. I want women that are 10s out of 10s, and I want like 3 or 4 of them at the same time. And I want to pay them all and make them sign a contract. And on that contract, you're going to see I paid these women and it was all consensual. If it ever goes to court, I'm good.
Okay, let me explain. You're halfway right. You're halfway wrong. Because I've been there. I deal with these guys, the top of the guys in EDM. I know what happens.
Yeah.
First of all, if you're a big rock star, top star in EDM, you don't have to pay for nothing. I mean, let me explain how it works too. Number one, there's no contract. Sometimes you get what's called an NDA.
I understand like fame. You don't need money when you have fame because you're famous, and women like to fuck famous guys. Yeah. I get that. Okay. But at the same time, you want to be safe. You know, you don't want to get caught slipping. How many of these guys, you know, Kobe is another one, Ben Roethlisberger. You know, there's been a lot of dudes that, are they guilty? I don't know. I would say I don't think so, but I could be wrong, you know, whatever. But what I think happened is these guys were drunk and horny and they ended up banging some chick, and that chick saw a financial opportunity and she took it. I don't could be
Sure.
wrong. Maybe these guys are bad guys. I don't know. But in order to ensure that that doesn't happen, if you are a good guy, but you're rich, you're famous, and you want to get laid, just throw the women some money, make them sign a contract, and make it easy. Like, to me, that's the smart move.
Well, that happened. Here's mostly, like, if you're really that concerned about it, and probably lately guys have to be, but
yeah, wouldn't you be with all the shit that goes on?
Okay, what you would do is, I heard of rappers doing this. They don't necessarily pay the chick, but they make them sign an NDA, non-disclosure agreement. So they do make them sign an NDA, and sometimes they even tell these chicks, I got cameras in here and you have to agree to the fact that you're being filmed. Sometimes these guys, if they're at their house, they'll even say in the NDA, because if you're filming somebody in your house, you have to tell them. Sometimes the NDA say, hey, you're going to be with me, but we're going to, everything. Some of these guys have cameras and they even tell the JJ that, in other words, if I was that famous, and here's what you do. You make them sign an NDA. I wouldn't pay them shit, but I'd say, look, there's cameras in here. They're not close up, but people are going to, in other words, I got to cover everything so it's consensual. So I think the super famous guys do that. I know they do, mostly rappers, but here's, in my business, I don't know how it is. I mean, all I know is my experience. And this was like 2012, 13, 2010, when I was going hot and heavy. We would literally, and Sarah made a statement that, oh, the chicks don't go for the guys in the band. She's so full of shit when she said that, LFA, last time. If anybody's listening, Sarah, if you're listening, chicks don't go for the guys in the band. BS, because I see my mentor, Matt Derry, he would send me into the crowd to find girls. This was before Me Too, though. This was like 2009, 10, 11, 12. When we were partying heavy, I would just go into the crowd and ask chicks if they wanted to party with us. It would only take 5 minutes to party with us after the show, get drunk, and yeah, we would. And you know what was beautiful, LFA and everybody? The chicks knew if they're coming back to the room with us to party, it was a no-brainer. Like, everything was already, like, you're not going back. Here's the thing. You're not going back to a famous DJ's room afterwards. And just like Ryan Gosling was a good-looking guy, Matt Derry, my mentor, LFA, was even a better-looking guy than Ryan Gosling. Google this guy. Matt, no, LFA, listen. Check this out. Remember I said Ryan Gosling was
I wanted to say that we had 70 live viewers when you came on. And
now we have 10.
No, we still have 70. So shout out to you. We have kept the viewers during a Carrie Sontag rant.
Ryan Gosling.
Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
I want you to pull up my mentor. His name's just pull this guy up because he's better looking. I want you to think. I think he's better looking than Ryan Gosling. His name is MATT space DAREY. Just do a Google search on this guy. He's about 50. He's 55 now. He's 10 years younger than me.
What?
MATT Matt space DAREY. Pull this guy up. If you can show a picture of this dude, he's one of the better looking dudes in EDM.
Oh yeah, he reminds me of Dexter.
Show a picture of this dude. And he's got the British accent. You can imagine this guy. Chicks wanted to fuck this dude. And I was with this guy for like 3-4 years as a mentor. So you can imagine. Can you show a picture of this guy so the crowd's, we're at 70. I want people to see he's a cute, you gotta admit, Matt's a good looking guy, isn't he?
Yeah.
Matt's a good looking dude.
He reminds me of the actor that played Dexter.
I'm telling you, could you see why if I went, okay, he's performing and you could see why it only took me, I mean, there's some guys that aren't as good looking as him, but with him, it was so easy because chicks wanted to bang this dude. So I swear I would just go in the crowd and just get chicks back to the room. Here's the point I'm going to make though. People are getting married later and we know that it's harder to find somebody the longer you go. Here's the point I want to make. Now, when you say men and women don't need each other, First of all, I'm going to disagree with that wholeheartedly, 100%, and I'm going to state my reasons why. Because you're leaving out like the most important thing when you say men and women don't need each other.
Hold on, before you get to that, I have to ask because you're disagreeing. So tell me what men and women need each other for.
2 4-letter words. One begins with L, one begins with F.
Okay.
Ding, 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 ding. Well, wait.
Right.
Let's see if you can guess that. 2 4-letter words. One begins with F, one begins with L. Tell me what the words are.
Love, love, and fucky fuck.
Yeah, well, that's love and fuck. Here's my point.
Okay. So yeah, I understand that. But do you need love, and do you need to have a woman in your life to fuck? Like, you can fuck without having a woman, and you don't need love. So that what I meant was,
okay.
I was being factually accurate. Now, I said in the video, yeah, if you want to start a family, which family implies love and fucky fuck, right? Because you have to fuck to have kids. You know, a man and a woman fall in love with each other, they get married, they have a family, right? So I said, yes, if you want to do that, then you need a woman in your life. If you're a woman, you need a man in your life. I understand that. But the issue with why people are staying single, that's the point that I was trying to make, by the way, was that a lot of people are choosing to stay single because they can get fucky fuck and they can get their dopamine and oxytocin hits from exogenous sources, from synthetic sources, right? They don't need to have a man or a woman in their life to accomplish that. That's all I was saying. But no, I agree with what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. Yeah. A man can't get pussy without women, obviously. And men and women can't have love if they don't have each other. Right. I understand that. But you don't need either one of those. And if you want either one of those, you can get those without having a significant other. That's all I was saying. But anyways, yeah, keep going. Make your point.
Well, okay. Here's an interesting point. I'm going to sort of piggyback off what you were just saying. If you're in a relationship, husband, wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, that kind of relationship, over time, who knows if those last long? I don't know if those last forever anymore. They probably don't. It's going to be temporary. The only time, you know what? The only exception to where it can last forever, if you're someone my age and you decide you're going to meet someone, you know, close to my age or a little younger, whatever, then you know, okay, how many years do I got? 20, 30. So it could be, you know, when you know, it could be forever when you're older, number one. But here's the point I'm making. Women, whether, I'm going to make a point, and everybody should hear this out, and this is going to apply on different levels. My ex-wife, I haven't spoken to her in 10 years, whatever. She's been out, you know, we were together for about 15 years, right? I have women friends, my closest, you know what, I just want to make the statement. When I always hear this, people on this manosphere always talking about how women are not loyal and all this stuff. You know what? I'm going to say the women, I don't know when it comes to women in relationships, they're probably right, but I'm going to say this. For me personally, women have been more loyal to me as friends than men have. And out of the 4 or 5 close female friends I have, most of them have been friends with me at least 15 years to 34, 35. Like I know, I have close female friends that I met when she was like one that was 29, now she's 62. So think about how long that is, right? Now, here's my point. Out of the 4 or 5, half of them, I've probably at one point in time had sex with. I'm not going to go into detail. The other 2 or 3 I haven't. So it's sort of a combination depending on the situation. Here's the point I'm making. I have women friends and women I've worked with that are mentors to me that I still work with today, like Jess, who I'm going to be filming in Denver. These women are like here's my point. If you're a guy out there and you can't get a girlfriend for whatever reason, or you have an ex-wife that dumped you or whatever the reason is, I think as a guy, you should always have, it just works out for me. My female friends almost, you know what? I get more, LFA, this is weird. I get more love from my female friends, the 4 or 5 of them. And keep in mind, maybe 2 of them I've had sex with off and on over as long, periodically. 2 or 3 I haven't, right? But I get more love from those women, at least longer term, than my ex-wife ever gave me. So my point is 2 things. Women, to me, in my life, have been very loyal to me for both my career as friends. Women have stood by me. So this notion that women are not loyal and they'll dump you for this hypergamy, they may do that for a boyfriend or husband, but can you address this? And I can speak from long term because I've had women friends 37 years, as long as you've been on earth for, broski. So think of it this way. I can honestly say the women I've known long term have been more, I mean, I have guy friends too, obviously, but my ride or die friends tend to be women. I find women long term, at least for me, make more. Can you address this? They've been more loyal to me long term. And I'm talking about women I've known for 15, 25, 32, 35 years. Can you address that? You're talking to an older guy. There's no one else who's on your show is my age, where I'm honestly telling you that I have 3, 4 women friends that I've known anywhere between 15 to 35 years, and they've all been stuck with me through thick and thin. And this notion that they're just going to leave you, and can you address that? Please address that.
Yeah. Okay. So the thing about hypergamy, which is, okay, just to give a very brief explanation of it, there is some truth to it, right? So people, human beings, expect to date somebody that is fairly close to them in terms of looks. So if you're a dude that's good looking, you should date a good looking woman. If you're ugly, you should date an ugly woman. That's not what hypergamy is about. Hypergamy is about a woman expects to date a man who is equal to her, like genetically, biologically, but is more driven than her, more ambitious than her, plays the masculine role, right? He has, maybe he can buy a house. He can buy a nice house. He can, has some assets and investments and things going on in his life that can benefit the 2 of them. The man is supposed to bring that part to the relationship, to the family, you could say. So that's what hypergamy is. Women want to date a man that is above them socioeconomically, but equal to them genetically. So intelligence level, charm, physical attractiveness, equal, but financially and maybe even in terms of education, the man's supposed to be higher. So that's essentially what hypergamy is. Now, hypergamy coming from a woman's standpoint, where she would come from in that situation is she wants to date a man that is like whatever man she has the biggest, you could say, crush on, the man that she likes the most, that's the man that she wants to be with. You know what I mean? So whichever guy makes the biggest emotional impact on her, she sees him as the pinnacle of her hypergamous nature. Right. So that's kind of how that's going to go. So if the woman really loves you and really wants to be with you, she really gets excited by you. She gets a hit of oxytocin when she thinks about you, when you walk past her, when you put your hands on her. She wants to fuck you. She wants to be with you. Then you're good to go. Okay. The problem is the manosphere. Yeah, they take that hypergamy thing, and even Rollo Tomassi says hypergamy is not a straitjacket, which means he's not spurging out and saying every woman is going to leave you for somebody that has more money than you. No, it's not that way. If she loves you and she has a connection to you, she'll stay with you. But the thing about the manosphere is built, at least the pickup artist dating coach side of it, is based on manufacturing attraction, manufacturing respect, in manufacturing some sort of a pair bond, whereas it's supposed to happen organically. Now, if you meet a woman, like let's say you're a dude out there, it's 30 years old, and you meet a woman at the gym. She's checking you out. She's looking at you. She's smiling at you. You know, you're kind of playing this game with her for like a few days or maybe even a few weeks where, you know, she's checking you out, you know, she's into you, but you're just kind of like, okay, yeah, this girl's kind of cute. She's kind of hot, whatever. And then you go over and you talk to her, you exchange numbers, you go out a few times. She is like going crazy for you, right? She's in love with you. Well, in this situation, you can lose your job. You can lose your house. You can lose everything. As long as you're still with her and by her side, she's always going to love you. She's always going to choose you over other guys because she connects with you over those other guys. The two of you are going through life together. But if you want a manosphere type relationship where you were using game and cold approach and shit like that to like seduce her and turn her on and try to manufacture attraction, manufacture genuine desire, you know, manufacture her respect for you when it didn't exist in the first place. But it's like, well, if I follow these steps and try to make it happen, maybe I can make it happen. Or maybe you don't watch the manosphere and you just instinctually think, I like this girl. She doesn't like me, but I'm going to try to manufacture this and make it happen. Well,
Okay.
in that situation, it's going to be entirely conditional. So her love for you is going to be conditional based on your performance and whatever strategy you're using to make her attracted to you and make her like you. That's the condition. As long as you're able to maintain that condition, maybe you're seducing her with money. Maybe you're seducing her with your looks. Maybe you're seducing her with the way you sweet talk her and run game on her. But when that standard falls, if there's no genuine desire, if she doesn't actually like you that much, but she just likes this facade and this game that you're playing, when that runs out, she will leave you. That's my take.
Okay. Let me make a statement here.
Okay.
You're right. Women. Okay. Here's the point I'm going to make. I had a truck. Okay. The point I'm making, let me gather my thoughts here. Because
when you eat those chocolates, because I know what it's like, man. I've ate edibles, and when you eat some real top quality edibles, sometimes it's hard to keep up. Like if you're having like some sort of like intellectual conversation, sometimes it's like blah 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 blah, like you know, it's going in and out. Is that where you're at right now, or are you following me?
No, I'm following you. And
okay,
keep in mind, I'm a professional at both eating pot and also live streaming. So obviously, a guy like me, if I do lose my train of thought,
yeah, you're good.
I'm gonna pick it up real quickly. Okay.
Okay.
Here's the point I'm gonna make. When you like, if you really wanna. Here's the point I want to make to guys out there in particular. These guys, and this could even apply to Master Yoda. This could apply to him too, even a guy who pays for escorts. You know what I'm saying? This could apply to all men, whether you're paying for escorts or not paying for escorts. I'm just saying this is how my life has evolved, and it works out well. And I'm just going to make a suggestion. In my life, for whatever reason, I think just because I was always a high achiever and I was very competitive at what I do, a lot of guys felt threatened by that. So I tended to develop long-term relationship with women because women are not as competitive. Here's the point I'm making, why women do want a guy. Let me explain the main reason. This is what I want to talk about. The main reason why this hypergamy exists, where a woman wants a man who either is, first of all, I'm going to say this statement. A guy could be an 8, 9, or 10 looks wise, but if he's got no status, no money, no mouthpiece, no charisma, no humor, no nothing, he ain't gonna go that far anyway. Maybe he'll get laid, but nobody's gonna keep him around a long time because he's got none of the other attributes. And if you think about it, really, women that have their shit together, that are successful, they usually want more, like, especially the women I know, they don't just want some guy who's like, they're not shallow, where they just want some great looking dude around who is gonna just.
And even a dude hanging out with your male friends. Okay. If you're a guy that's accomplishing things and you're hanging out with a male friend and you think, okay, yeah, this male friend of mine has it together. He's got his head on straight. He's a good member of the team. He's going to contribute. The two of us, we're probably going to make money together. And this is a good connection to have in my life. Well, if you're hanging out with the dude and you realize, man, this guy's a fucking loser. This guy's just a total loser. He's dead weight. You're going to stop hanging out with that dude. And of course, in relationships, it's the same way. So if you're a guy that's a loser, but you're doing this cold approach and you're running this game, you haven't really developed anything in your life that is worth attracting people, but you're manufacturing things. Of course, whenever you're able to maintain whatever it is you're manufacturing, it's going to be okay. But once that mask slips and they start to see inside of, they start to see what's behind the mask. It's like, oh, whoa, this guy's kind of a loser. Yeah, a woman's going to leave you. That's why people are better off dating somebody in their league. Okay, if you work at fucking McDonald's and you're a 3 out of 10 in looks, the girl that you're going to have to date is the girl that works at McDonald's, works 5 less hours a week than you, and looks the same as you. Literally looks like a dude that is 5'4" and overweight and sloppy. Yeah, that's your girl. Sorry, but that's what you're going to have to settle for. And you only run into problems when you try to manufacture things that aren't natural. So if you're a guy that's like a 5 out of 10 and you're like, okay, I'm going to bang models. Okay, cool. Learn game, bro. Learn cold approach, bro. Learn social status game. Learn it all, bro. Go out and find yourself a model. I guarantee you, if you play your cards right, you'll fuck a couple of models. You might even date a couple for a few months. But somewhere underneath that mask, you're still that loser that just learned game. That loser that learned how to cold approach. That loser that, faked status. And they're going to see underneath of that. They always have, they always will. But as long as you date within your vicinity where you should be dating and you have authentic connections, people will stay with you for life. Okay. You can have friendships that last for life, relationships that last for life, similar to the way your uncles, your cousins, your blood family will always love you because you're their family. You can make those kind of bonds with people that aren't your blood relatives, but they have to be authentic. That person has to be able to truly trust you as a person. And if it's a woman, she has to be attracted. It doesn't have to be like a physical, sexual, arousing attraction, but she has to be attracted to you, meaning she wants to be around you. That's it.
All right, let me unwrap that a little because, I want to go back to this point real quickly. Why women, a lot of people, they don't, first of all, there's a thing called imposter syndrome. You've heard of that. It's where people, it's like, let's say, what I'm saying? It's where somebody, they could be dating out of their league, or they could be just hanging around people out of their league, or, you know what I'm saying? It's like, and they don't feel like they really belong where they belong. And that usually leaks out. You know what I'm saying? So here's my point. Here's why women in particular want a guy. You know what? I think I may be the first guy to mention this too. No, I won't be the first, but I'm going to articulate it this way, LFA, and everybody out there. Think of it this way as a woman. Women traditionally were even though they're in the workforce, traditionally they were the nurturers, and we know they're the ones having babies, right? And as men, we don't have a choice of. See, women have a choice, nurture. Well, now they don't have to work, but I'm just saying, basically, they still have two choices. They could have a baby, or they could work, or they could do both.
Gary,
Yeah.
why do we hate the ladies that make the babies?
I love the ladies that make the babies. We need more of them. Here's my point with hypergamy. Put yourself in a woman's. Okay, put yourself in a woman. See, guys need to put themselves in a.
Hey, Gary,
what?
hypergamy doesn't care.
No,
Hypergamy floats.
Let me just make a point.
Okay.
If you think of it this way, let's say because I hang around women that are very successful. Most of my close female friends, the 4 or 5 of them, they're all worth 7 figures, without naming names. They're all worth 7 figures. They're worth 7 figures or more. So they're all very successful. They all, you know what I'm saying? So the point is this. So they're all, okay, here's why these ladies, why they can't be with guys who, quote unquote, are losers. Here's the point I'm going to make real quickly.
Can I make a quick point?
Here's the quick point. As a man, a successful man, you can be with a chick who's hot, who works at Denny's, because it doesn't matter. You don't care what she makes. You're successful. Here's with women. When women are very successful, if they're around a guy who's just not as successful as them, what's going to invariably happen is, follow through on this. If the man is not as successful as the woman, or doesn't have his own success or status in his own way, and he's underneath the woman status-wise, forget looks. Let's just talk about status, money, status. Here's what happens. The woman, invariably, the guy is going, unless he's a real soy boy, he's going to invariably feel, here's what happens. Tell me if this is true. If this would happen to you. I know what happened to me, but it doesn't happen to me because I'm successful. But here's what happens to these guys that are not successful when they have lower status than the woman. When they're dating these women or around them, after a while they feel emasculated because the woman is more successful than them. Their egos eventually cannot handle the fact that the woman is more successful, and they start lashing out at the woman in a passive aggressive way, or maybe a non-passive aggressive way. And after this could take, this is not going to happen right away, but after a certain amount of months, the guy is going to feel, a man is going to feel insecure around a more successful woman if he's not as successful, because men have frail egos. His ego won't be able to handle it, and he's not going to be able to, he's going to start lashing out at the woman. Whereas a guy like me who's successful in my own way, no woman who's successful, there's not any woman who's successful can't really challenge me because I'm one of the best at what I do. So I can be with a successful woman and compliment her and say, hey, you did a great job. And I don't feel threatened by her because my success is greater than hers probably. Can you elaborate on that? Where, you know what I'm saying? Like, imagine a guy who doesn't have success and he's going to, that's the imposter syndrome. The guy that doesn't have success, if he's hanging around a woman who's more successful than him, he's going to feel like an imposter, like he doesn't really belong with her. And eventually he will lash out at her over the long term because he's going to be envious of her. His ego is going to come into play. I'm telling you, this is usually how it works. This is why women want to go out with guys that are more successful, because if the guy's more successful, his ego's not going to, he's going to treat the woman differently. Can you elaborate on that? A guy who's more successful than a woman is going to treat her differently than a guy who's less than the woman. Go ahead.
I agree with that. And Master Yoda, do you want to elaborate or make a point on that?
Yeah, I'll go firstly. Merry Christmas to everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, no, Kerry's. I think he's right. I mean, if you're a lower status than the woman, she's not going to respect you. I agree with that. If you're lower status than her,
exactly.
I agree with that.
Okay, and now, Master Yoda, do you also agree that it's not that she doesn't only not respect you, but even if she did respect you, you know, but let's say she did respect you or whatever, the fact is you're still going to feel insecure as a man knowing that she's more successful than me. Most guys' egos will not be able to handle it unless the guy's a little soy boy bitch. And you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm going to be honest with you. If I didn't hear Master Yoda, listen, if I didn't have the success I had, I would feel weird dealing with women that were super successful. But since I'm very successful myself at what I do, I don't feel weird around these women because I know, you know what it is? Because they can't throw their weight, they can't say they're greater than me because I've done greater things than them. Master, can you address that? Where status does come into play with these women, right?
Yeah, no. I suppose you got a point there. I mean, yeah, if a woman's more successful than you, I mean, as much as you're trying to have an ego, it's going to it would be emasculating. It would be.
It would be. Yes. Okay. I agree. I said it would be. And you agree with me? It's emasculating because the guy is not. Here's why. Because the guy is supposed to be the more successful one. Like, it's just the guy's ego is not going to be able to handle a woman who is more successful than him unless he's successful than her. It just works that way. Now, Master Yoda, now that we have you on here, tell me and everybody out there, I don't know how many people are listening, but before we figure out who's listening, Master Yoda, can you tell me the last time you got laid and drained and busted your nut in an escort? Was it that? Remember I told you, please make it, I was hoping you would bust a nut an hour before you call in.
Hold up. Yeah. That's you go on this long explanation of like you kind of give like a semi-intellectual explanation of some intersexual dynamic type stuff, and then you lead Master Yoda into Master Yoda. Can you explain the last time you busted a big nut and what that was like?
I was sure it was about a week ago. I saw a mature age hooker. She was a Marilyn Monroe lookalike, very very beautiful woman. She was great in bed. Yeah, so she was, she's like Marilyn Monroe, but with shorter hair. And a beautiful woman. Yeah,
how old is she? Master Yoda, how old is she?
Hard to say. She'd probably be mid to late 50s, maybe early 60s, but she scrubbed up well for her age. I mean, she had a lot of makeup on, as women do, but no, she was beautiful. She was gorgeous.
Hold on. I do want you to go on with this conversation, but I just for the sake of the chat, like here, I want people to understand the transition of this conversation. Imagine an interviewer walks up to interview, I don't know, fucking Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce after winning the Super Bowl. And they're standing there on the sideline, and here comes the reporter, and they're like, so you guys had an amazing game, and Mahomes, that amazing pass you made there to Travis Kelce, that game-winning touchdown pass to solidify the game, solidifying you two as arguably the greatest quarterback and tight end duo of all time, behind only maybe Tom Brady and Rob Gronkowski. So let me ask you, when was the last time both of you busted a big fat-ass nut? How big was the nut? Where did you bust it at? Huh? Carrie, that is the transition of your question there. That's what the viewers heard.
Okay, how many people are in the chat right now? Just check your answer.
71. So we're actually one higher than we were when you came on. So So thank you for that. We're actually doing good tonight. We're doing good.
Okay. See, Master Yoda. I want to ask Master Yoda a really important question. And then I want to address something else. The last time, Master Yoda, when was the last time you actually paid one of these escorts and you ate her vajayjay out? Because you mentioned before that you have eaten some vajayjay on some of these escorts. Was it recently?
Oh, well, yeah, I guess so. But I mean, big deal. So it's, I just want to see the woman get off. I mean, I'm not paying for it, but I want to see the woman get off. I want to see her get off too, such as me.
You know what? He's a different guy. So, Master Yoda, just Marilyn Monroe looked like he was 55 or whatever she was, let's say, in her 50s.
Yeah.
Did you go down on her?
Well, yeah, I guess so. I mean, so what? Big deal. She did with me as well. So I mean,
hold on. No. Going down on an escort. The reason why, so I'm skeptical about going down on a chick that I just met at a club. Like if it's a girl that I know, like I've known her I've scoped her out for several months and she seems kind of clean, then I'm cool with it. But like going down on a hooker, you might get bumps on your lip. You know, that's
yeah,
not
no,
good.
I've been. No, you're right. There's a risk. I've been tested, but look, with the hookers you see in brothel, they shower in between. I mean, I shower before and after I do. Yeah, look, there's a risk, but you know, what do you do? That's life, I guess.
Okay, what about this? LFA. Let's see if he does this. If it's a chick I know and she's really hot, I'll stick my tongue up her ass. Have you ever done that,
No, I
Master
wouldn't do
Yoda?
that. No,
Have you
definitely
ever
no. That's
stuck your
gross.
tongue
No,
up? Master Yoda,
definitely
have you
not.
ever
No,
stuck your
that's
Have you ever stuck your tongue up? We need the soundbite. Let me finish, Master Yoda. Master Yoda, have you ever stuck your tongue up an escort's ass?
No, never. I never have and never will. No, it's gross. That's no. Go on there.
Even if she's a hot 28-year-old,
I
let's say
don't- I
she's a
don't-
super hot 28-year-old dime piece, would you then?
No, I still wouldn't. No, it's gross, man. It's gross. It's dirty. No, I don't like. I've never done anal sex.
Oh, well, I wouldn't
it's not my
either. I
thing.
can't blame you.
Gross. It's gross. So,
What if, let's say let's say one of these, no, but let's say, Master Yoda, you ended up with a girl who was a 7 or 8 and you start dating her. You would pretty much do anything to her because you'd be happy to finally land a girlfriend, right?
yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I mean, whatever makes her happy.
Okay,
You know
so
what I mean?
let's say a girl,
if it turns out,
let's say a girl's a 7, let's say she's a 7 or 8 and she says, you know what? If you're going to date me, you got to eat out my vajayjay, my rear end. You got to do it all, or you're not going to date me. At that point,
Never bow to an ultimatum like that.
no.
let's say, no, I want to see where his head's at. Let's say you got an ultimatum from a girl, and LFA, you can answer this too. No, this is the ultimatum the girl gives you, Master Yoda. You got to eat out not only her vajayjay, but her rear end, and if you don't, she's not going to date you and let you fuck her. What would you do? And she's at least a 7. She's a 7 or 8. What would you do?
No, I suppose that'd be a deal breaker. I mean, going down to the vagina's right, but the rear end, no, it's gross. Well, I suppose you're just going to break up.
Okay, let me tell you what he would really do. Let me tell you what he would really do, and let me tell the chat what he would really do. If he got a proposal like that from a chick who's a 7 or 8, he would stick his tongue so far up her rear end and leave it up there. It would come out her mouth. It would replace her tongue. And he wouldn't give a shit because he'd be so happy just to get a girl like that, I think he would do that because now he's not paying. Because I'll tell you why, guys. It's a small, if he could save himself $200 or $300 just by doing that, I think he would do it. I think he's full of BS. Can you address that, Master?
That's your opinion. Look, but anyway, I mean the chance of me, I mean, I got more chance of winning the lottery than getting a 7 out of 10 women, so that's not going to happen. So.
Okay, so see, you just proved my point. Guys, he just admitted it without admitting it. He said, my chances are greater of winning the lottery than having something like that pop up, right? So what he's really saying is his chances of that happening are so small that if it did happen, he would stick his tongue up her rear end. That's what you're saying, aren't you?
No, look, it's
gross. All right. Let me explain. LFA, what's more gross? A guy who sticks his tongue up his girlfriend's rear end who just took a shower versus a guy that goes down on an escort that could have fucked 2 or 3 guys that same day and not taking a shower. And he's on there too. Are you sure she took a shower before she fucked you?
They do, yes. Religiously, they do it religiously, yep.
Oh, now, do you ever take a shower before or after with any of these escorts?
Yes, religiously, yep. Yeah, I have one before I said, then I have one, then I have 2 there, yep, religiously, yep.
Now, when you're in the shower, do you ever do like kind of what's in the movies? Where you imagine the movies where they're taking a shower, you're behind them, and you're pressing your hard erectinus between their cheeks up into their vajayjay. Are you ever doing that move? You've never, have you ever fucked in, wait, just a good question, LFA. Have you ever fucked an escort in the shower?
Me, or are you asking him or me?
No. I know you haven't fucked an escort in the shower because you haven't paid for an escort. But You probably fucked a chick in the shower. I'm asking him if he's ever fucked an escort in the shower.
No, not in the shower. I mean, I've showered with an escort. I've been in the shower with an escort. Like she showered me and I showered her, but after we had sex, but no actual sex in the shower itself. No.
Why wouldn't you fuck one in the shower? I would think that would be one of the best places because it's like as soon as you bust, you can just wash it right away. Right? It's like.
Oh, anyway.
Okay, so
I just can't. Yeah, I'm just. So you made a comment before about that I'm. Oh yeah, I'm a black fella, but that I'm a doomer. I'm not a doomer. I'm a realist. I just call it how it is.
So I have a question for you as a doomer, as a realist. When you were 25 years old, what would you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10? Sexual market value.
In terms of looks, for probably 2.5, 3.
Okay. And money and status?
No, probably the same.
Okay, so you were a hard 2.5 to 3.
Correct.
So
yes.
okay, so being a 2.5 to 3, realistically, as an inkwell, you could have met a woman that was like a 2 out of 10 and settled with her, but you wouldn't want to do that, right? Like, I think the two of you would have equally been unattracted to each other, right?
Correct. Yep. Yeah, that's a good point.
He would rather pay LFA. He would rather pay a 7. He would rather pay money to fuck a 7 than be with a 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Because ultimately, think about it. It's cheaper. It's actually cheaper. LFA, listen, guys, there's an old saying. If it flies, floats, or fucks, it's cheaper to rent it. So he's got it. Okay. If it flies, if it floats, if it fucks, it's cheaper to rent. Well, I like what he's doing.
So that's the thing. The thing about, I don't think it's like when the black pill tries to use the motto, it's over. I don't think that it's over guys are a good representation of the black pill, because the truth is it's never really over for anybody. It's just your standards, depending on where you're at, would have to be extremely low for you to have success in dating.
Okay.
Right? So like if you're a dude that's a 3 out of 10, you'd have to have very low standards and be like, yeah, I want to date a morbidly obese beast with acne, bad breath, ugly teeth, smokes cigarettes. That's what you would have to date, right? You could date her, marry her, have kids with her, and have a family with her, but that's where your standards would have to be in that situation, right? Isn't that essentially what it is? And the thing is, especially in this day and age, you have internet porn and you have escorts. So if you're a guy that's a 3 out of 10, rather than holding your breath and having sex with a stinky 3 out of 10, you would rather watch porn or bang an escort, right?
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. That's a good point. But look, I don't have high standards anyway. I mean, like, I'm a beggar. I'm not a chooser. So, and look, and all the women that rejected me, I can only say 2 of them were like hot Stacy's there. The rest were just average to moderately attractive. But you mentioned a point about that meme that we have in the black pill community that it's over. Look, for some guys it is. I mean, not everyone. It depends where you lie on the inkwell spectrum. And when I use the word spectrum, I'm not referring to Asperger's or autism. I'm just referring to the severity of your inkwell. Like, there are some guys, who aren't that bad looking. Maybe they just lost a bit of weight, got a decent haircut. Yeah, they went to the gym. Yeah, they'll knock themselves up a few points. But there are some guys, like me, for example, who are just so unattractive that no matter what they do, no matter what self-work they do, no woman's going to want them. But that's life. And I'm not angry at women because of it. They're just acting on their biology. They have the best genetics. It's not going to happen with me. So that's life.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to make you feel. Let me make him feel better. Okay, I'm going to make him feel better. I'm not going to mention names. I know a guy. I've known this guy a long time, like almost his whole life. He's kind of. I won't say why I know him, but he's in San Diego. That's all I'm going to say. He's in the Navy, and we know the Pacific Fleet Well, you got, San Diego's like a super big Navy hub where they got submarines, aircraft carriers, the whole thing. Okay. And then you got the Marines at Camp Pendleton north of there, between Orange County and San Diego. Okay, so here's the point I'm making. It's going to make him feel good. This guy's a lieutenant colonel in the Navy. He's about 43. I'm going to say this guy's like definitely a Chad Light, if you want to look at it that way. Not married. And he does travel on these, he's on ships periodically and he's traveling and stuff. But instead of just having, nobody knows who this dude is. I'm just going to say he's a lieutenant colonel, and he's kind of got, and I've seen her too, because I know this guy. He sent me pictures of her. And this guy makes good money too, lieutenant colonel and stuff. This guy's making like 6 figures. He's making money. But this guy, instead of getting involved seriously in a relationship because he travels a lot and stuff like that, he sees sort of a woman that he, I'm not going to say how much he gives her or anything, but he's 43, roughly. She's about 28. All I'm going to say is I've seen pictures of her too. And she doesn't see a lot of guys. She only sees maybe 5, 6 guys. She's like one of these that doesn't see a lot of dudes. She's not, because she charges a lot. She only sees about 4 or 5. Here's what she is. She's not really an escort as much as she just kind of sugar. Here's what she is. She's a sugar baby to like 4 dudes. That's what she is. 4 or 5 guys. So she's only, I think a lot of girls do this too now. Okay. Maybe Master Yoda can expand on this. I think a lot of these girls, instead of being the all-around escort hooker slut where they're fucking 4 or 5 new dudes each day and they're fucking 100 dudes a month, a lot of these girls now, I think they justify what they do as a sex worker by this way. I'll be a sugar baby, but instead of being a sugar baby to one dude, because maybe it's hard to find that dude, you just get 4 or 5 guys. And if a girl's hot enough, like this 28-year-old that this lieutenant colonel I know is with, she's with maybe 4 other dudes. She's only got a stable of 5 guys. I know that for a fact. And I know I've met her one time at a poker game. She was there because that's it's a long story. But anyway, she was at a poker party. This chick, she's like a 9. No chick's a 10, but this chick's like a 9.5. This guy, this is the dude. I'm gonna make this statement. If this guy wanted to, he'd date a chick easily who's a 6 or 7, because this guy's a good enough looking dude and he's got a good job and status as a lieutenant colonel, right? But he doesn't want that. So check this out. He's doing what Master Yoda does. The only difference is he's not paying some 55-year-old. He's paying, and he's paying more money. He's got to pay more, but he's basically getting a 28-year-old on. I've seen her. I rate her about a 9.5, and this guy, she knows him so well. She's even spent the night with this dude because he's been seeing her for like a year and a half or 2. Master Yoda, can you address that? Does that make you feel better, Master Yoda, knowing that a lieutenant colonel in the fucking Navy down here, a dude I've known his whole life, this guy could go out and he could get a girlfriend who's a 6, a 7, maybe not an 8, but he could definitely date a chick who's a 7 because of status, looks, money. He's got a house, everything. And this dude pays for it just because he doesn't, I don't know. I don't know. It's just easier for him. Master Yoda, can you address that? Master Yoda, here's my question to you. Does that make you feel better knowing that a Chad Light, who's a lieutenant colonel in the fucking Navy, a dude that's on battles? This dude was recently on, we have a stealth. This guy was on we have a stealth battleship. This guy was on there for a brief period of time. He's pretty up there. Check this out. So, Master Yoda, does that make you feel any better knowing that a lieutenant colonel in the U.S. Navy pays for hookers too, or pays for one? Well, he's got a sugar baby. Does that make you feel better that a good-looking Chad Light has a sugar baby?
Yeah, I don't really care, to be honest. I mean, if that's what he wants to do, that's his preference. I mean, obviously, he could attract a civilian woman, but he chooses to pay for it, probably because he doesn't want the hassle, he doesn't want the bullshit. I mean, even though with his look, as you described it.
He could attract a civilian woman, but he's not. He wants a non-civilian because he's not a civilian. Doesn't that make sense? He's not a civilian. No, he wants a non-civilian. You know what? Let me be honest. I'll tell you why. When you're a dude in the Navy, like this guy is, and he's only literally, I'll tell you, here's what he does.
Why did I just hear an elephant, Carrie? What the hell's going on where you're at?
That wasn't me.
Oh, Master Yoda, what was that elephant?
Elephant. Sorry, what do you mean? I didn't. What
Him fucking a chickie.
I know the chat probably just heard an elephant, right? You just heard an elephant trunk?
No, I didn't hear one. Sorry.
I just want to say this. This guy, I'm going to lash into what you're saying, LFA. This guy prefers a single life like you, partly because he's traveling probably 4 or 5 months out of the year on ships, and he goes around the world traveling for his job in the Navy. Plus, he does work for a contractor outside the Navy. So this dude travels a lot. He's forced to kind of be single in a sense, because it's hard to have a relationship when you're traveling like this dude. And I'll tell you another reason he pays for it, because I know for a fact when he travels overseas and stuff, he'll pay for it. If he's overseas, he pays. Like if he's in a country where, like he was in Australia and he paid for it down there recently. So if it's legal, if it's not legal, usually, yeah. If it's, here's what he does all the time. If he travels since he can't afford to get busted, if it's legal.
Hold on, I want to shout out the Kraken Lackins here, CSS Elements here, Sweet Jesus is here. Anyways, shout out to you guys. CSS Element says, is that North Face jacket a Christmas gift? No, I've had this for probably like 8 years. Like it's an old one. I just don't ever wear it. I was going through my closet looking for some stuff and I found this. You ever pull a jacket out of the closet that you haven't worn in a long ass time, or even a pair of jeans or something, and the first thing you do is you reach in the pockets and you like something clicks in your brain because there's something in there. You're like, whoa, I haven't put this thing on in fucking 7 years and there's something in the pocket, and you pull it out and it's like a some sort of a relic from 2017 or 2016. It's like a movie ticket from a date you went on or some weird shit like that. Yeah, that's the experience I had when I put this thing on, but good stuff. Anyways, guys, keep going on.
You know what? He says he banged it. Well, no. Master Yoda, you said, when he said he was with a 55-year-old, you know what, LFA? Like, I have female friends that are, like, one of them's 55, one of them's about 49, almost 50. And they're still super hot. You know what I'm saying? So these women, you know what? I have a female friend who I work with closely. I've known her 15 years, 16, 17 years. I'm going to make this statement. I don't know, it's because either I know her better and there's a love between her and I just because she's helped me, I've helped her. We have a close friendship. I think she's more attractive. This is weird. You know how they always say chicks are hotter when they're younger? I have female friends that, like this one in particular, she was attractive when I met her when she was about 34, 33. Now she's 49. And I think she actually looks sexier. I don't know if it's because either I'm older, but it's weird. I can see why he pays for older women because, you know what? I'm going to make a statement. I'm 65, right? Think about it, LFA. If a woman's 50, she's 15 years younger than me, she's going to automatically think she's... Here's the point I'm making. You know what? He paid to eat out a 55-year-old woman's vajayjay. I don't have to pay if I want to, but as I get older, I'm 65, as I approach 70 or whatever, LFA and Master Yoda, I made a video on this too. I myself will be going down on women who are 50, 55 years old and eating their vajayjays out. I just want to, you know what, LFA? Like, you never, like, if you would have asked me when I was 30, 35, would I be eating a woman's vajayjay out at 50, 55, I probably would have said no. The thought wouldn't even enter my head. But Since I'm 65, a woman who's 50 is 15 years younger than me. Even if she's post-menopause, she's still younger than me. So, Master Yoda, I want you to address this. If you're 65 like me, and there's
I'm
women who are
55
50,
actually.
55 that are hot, why would you have to pay? Like the women I know that are 50, 55, I wouldn't pay them if I told them I want, they'd be more than happy for me to go down on them without having to pay if that's what they really wanted. Can you explain why? If you're gonna, I don't understand why you have to pay. Here's what I'm saying. I could see if you want to pay like my Navy friend for a 28-year-old 9.5 hottie, but why would you pay for a postmenopausal woman over 50 when a lot of these women, I'll tell you my biggest gripe against them, they're not at their horniest. We know women 35 to 40 are at their horniest. Why do you pay for women? If you're going to pay for a woman, don't you want to pay for a woman who's 35, 40 because she's going to be naturally horny and she's going to want you to bust and cut. She's going to, you know what it is? She's going to have more natural desire for you. A 35-year-old, 40-year-old horny woman is going to have more natural desire for you to fuck her, Master Yoda, than a woman who's 55. Can you address that?
Well, no, look, I've always had a preference for older women, and the reason why is because, the number of reasons the main reason is they're better in bed. Young women a lot of guys fall into this trap. They see a young, hot-looking woman, regardless whether she's a vegan or she's a sex worker, they think she's going to be good in bed. No, not always. Sometimes the best-looking women are the worst in bed. They're the worst in bed. Absolutely. Don't get me wrong. You can find a hot-looking woman and she can be good in bed as well. And if you do, more power to you. But generally speaking, the hotter the woman, the worse they tend to be in bed.
Okay, here's my point.
Really?
LFA, check this out.
Yep, absolutely.
You think so? I don't know.
Sometimes, not always.
Some of the hotter women that I've been. So my opinion, the better. Okay, the more attracted a woman is to you, the better she will be in bed. So, and it goes the same way. The more attracted I am to a woman, the better I'm going to be in bed with her. Like if I have a very, very high level of attraction to her, like going down on her is something I like to do. You know, sucking on her tits is something I like to do, right? So like things that we're doing is something that I like to do because I'm so attracted to her that I want to do this stuff. So I think
tongue up her ass.
Yeah, but there's some girls out there that would say that I'm good in bed, and there's some that would say that I'm bad in bed, because if it's a chick that I don't really want to have sex with, I was probably not, the performance wasn't very good. You know? So I don't know, but I think hot chicks, I mean, it just depends.
Depends on the individual.
I don't think the way she looks really dictates the performance. Yeah, but I'll tell you what, like when it comes to some of the best sex I've ever had, I guess there was a hot blonde, like a really slutty hot blonde. She was really good. But, you know, I've been with some girls that were, and a lot of people out there aren't into this, but Carrie, and I know you're not, but, you know, a girl that's like probably kind of heavy, not fat, but thick, you know, big ass, big thighs, hopefully not a big stomach, but thick. But usually those women are, you know, the type of women you can just fucking go to town on. They're good.
Okay, you know how I always talk about, you know, I put my money where my mouth is when I talk about women who are fit and stuff, because maybe it's just the line of work I'm in, where I'm working around women that are like, if you're a film director in Hollywood, you're going to be working around actresses. They're usually in good shape, right? If you're in my business, you're going to be working around hot singers. They're in good shape. So like the women I'm with, like the women I work with, they're, how do you say it? They're all this thin. They're the women that, like one in particular, well, this one, Jess, I'm going to be with, well, she's with me down here and she's going to be in Denver with me, or I'm with her, whatever. She's super like she's got like a 23-inch waist, 25. In other words, she's 49 but never had kids, so she's very, how do you say it? you probably wouldn't. You would probably. Let me ask you this, LFA. Are you attracted to a woman who's really thin and weighs about 125 pounds, 120? Are you attracted to those type of women?
I could be, yeah. I mean, it depends. Like, attraction isn't always necessarily about, I mean, looks play a role. I'm not saying that looks don't matter, but she can look like, she could be a thick chick that's hot, that's like attractive. Like, she has a very, something about like her face. Like, she may have eyes that are like really seductive and like, she just looks like a freaky chick. But she's kind of thick, and I'd be like, man, I bet you this girl can suck some dick, you know? So, I mean, that would be a situation. Or she could have like, she could be really hot and skinny and small, but, you know, just the fucking hot, fucking skinny little chick, right? I mean, looks matter, but they're so subjective in terms of, what sort of look standards a woman should have. Like, you know, there's different standards for different people. I don't know. I mean, it's just, it depends on the way they carry things. And attraction is not based on like a certain set of standards. For example, like girls of different races, girls of different weights, girls of different heights can all be equally attractive, even though they're completely different looking. So I can't say like, you say like, have I ever been with a petite 120-pound hot chick? Yes. And there's plenty of petite, hot, small chicks, but there's chicks that are 6 foot 220 that are just as hot. Right. I mean, it just the way it is. Like different prototypes. Like if you get like a tiny, hot Barbie looking blonde, and then you compare her to like Meg the Stallion, right? They're different phenotypes, but both hot, right?
Well, it might like, it's, how do you say it? Like, it's like, I've been fortunate to where the women that I tend to work with or make videos for, for some reason, I don't have to work with the Lizzos or the big girls or any of the like I've been fortunate to where in my business, it just seems like maybe because these girls perform at festivals, these ladies perform at festivals and nightclubs and stuff, they're automatically going to have hot bodies. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it is. You know what? I'm so used to being in festivals, clubs, where most of the time the women are super thin, super fit. So that's what I'm used to seeing. I'm not used to seeing.
Isn't that the style out there in California, though? Like skinny chicks are in style in California.
It depends where you go. I mean, we have our share of fatties too.
Yeah, well, not fatties. Like I'm sure, like if you were to go to like Compton or somewhere, they want like big booties and shit. But I mean, I'm talking like Hollywood, like LA type.
Yeah.
Palm Springs.
Well, obviously, yeah, we do have. Yeah, we do have our.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, because I'll tell you why. Okay, I'm in Mexico, and it was about 70 degrees down here today. I checked Palm Springs weather, and it was about 70 degrees there, right? So think about it. How many places? Think of it this way. It's end of December. You have a jacket on. These people down here in Mexico, these people in Palm Springs, it's 70 degrees and sunny. So that's the motivation for a lot of these women to stay in shape because they're outside a lot and they're able to play tennis. They're able to do, think about it. Women that have access to sunny environments. My brother made a statement too, and he's right. The closer we are to the beach, the thinner and hotter the women. There's truth to that. If you're in California, there's a truth to that too. My brother, I don't know where you're from, but it is true. There's truth to that. The closer you are to the beach, the hotter the women, because it's just, you know, the guys down there are not going to marry fat women. You know, they're going to have hot women because they got money usually. So
yeah,
there's truth to that. Oh, can I ask you a question, LFA? How many people are in the chat now?
How many people are in the chat?
Yeah,
70. Oh, wait, 69. We were at
Okay,
74.
my favorite. 69. Okay.
67 now. You're doing pretty good though. We've lost some and gained some. You know, a lot of times, Carrie, there's been times when we've had like 75 to 80 live viewers and you go on like a 30-minute rant. I look at it again and we have like 30. And I'm like, fuck, we lost them all. But we've gained some and lost some. You've done very well tonight, Carrie. These edibles that you have done us pretty well.
Oh, excuse me. Sorry.
What's that, Master Yoda?
I need to bounce, guys. Looking at thanks for having me on, and wish you guys all a happy new year. Okay.
Okay, buddy.
You too, Master Yoda.
Oh, thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you, Master Yoda. So it's like, thank God. So people are in there. I wanted to just, I can't read the chat, but yeah, I like to say hi to the Adriana Flowers, Christina. Christina, if you're out there, Sarah, Beautiful Life, any of those people. Christina, if you're out there, call up, come on up. I want to ask Christina a question, but yeah.
I don't think she's in chat.
No.
What's going on, man?
I'm chilling, man. I just got out of work. I gave myself a quick buzz, and I'm gonna have some drinks with one of my brothers in a few. And I just came on board to chat for a few before that happens. How's everybody doing?
Doing well.
What kind of buzz? A pot? What kind of buzz? You smoke weed?
What kind of buzz? No. I'm not smoking. No. I'm gonna grab a few drinks, a few adult beverages.
Oh,
you know. Yeah, I'm gonna get some couple of whiskeys. I'm a whiskeys on the rocks kind of guy, so that's really my jam. That is what I like to drink.
Okay. All right.
Good deal.
Yeah, man. So,
Carrie, what I want to say.
Wait. I got a question for you, Carrie, before you go on another rant. First and foremost, I actually agreed with something you said earlier about having imposter syndrome. I think imposter syndrome is a real thing with a lot of people, and they feel like they don't deserve what they have. Typically, this manifests in career, but it can also manifest in relationships as well. And it was interesting to think how typically when you have a woman that's really gorgeous, right? Somebody that you would consider quote unquote out of your league, how you would suddenly have these thoughts that, you possibly don't deserve her. She's just there for a certain amount of time and then she's going to leave you in the dust. Do you think that's usually the case for most men that date women more attractive than they are? Or do you think this is only typically for, a couple of dudes?
Here's what I think. Okay, I'm kind of driving here. Okay, here's what I think. I think, like I said, it all comes down to, I don't care what anybody says. It's unfortunately we live in a world of ego. I wish we didn't. I wish we lived in a more spiritual world, but we live in a very egocentric world. And men in particular we know this, they have very frail egos. I know I kind of do certain things. So here's the thing. It's like, it's like, to address your question, I'm going to fill this in for everybody. First of all, as both men and women get older, particularly women though, listen, this is important. This is important for Master Yoda to listen to. And I know this for a fact because I'm older and I have older women friends. As women get over 50 and stuff, they're not, especially 55, 60, even if they're successful or whatever, they're not focused so much on looks when they're 55 or 60. I'm just going to say this. When a woman's past 50, 55, maybe when she was in her 20s, looks was the main thing. But I'll tell you this, most women I know that are 50, 55, 60, looks for them is like third or fourth on the list at a certain point.
Okay.
They're looking for more compatibility. Here's the point I'm making. They're not looking for, here's the point I'm making. I know a lot of attractive women that are friends of mine, close friends, okay? They could easily, listen to this, address this, Neil. They're 50, 55. If they wanted to, they could easily find some 40-year-old fuckboy if they wanted to, because these women have looks, they've got status, they've got money, they've got all that shit, right? But because of, so they could easily just go find a pool guy to fuck, or, you know, some good-looking dude, right? But they don't do it because, like, everybody thinks these high-status women just want to jump on some big studs polo stick and fuck them. You know what? In reality, here's where I want to make a statement. This notion that every woman just wants to fuck a Chad and just jump on his stick and fuck him. You know what? I know lots of Chads. Oh, I mean, in the past, yeah, they got laid. But most women, I think it's just this notion that every woman is just going to drop her panties for a Chad and fuck him just because he's good looking is such a weird notion. I'm not saying certain women won't and certain women aren't attracted to that, but women just don't. Like, here's the point I'm making. I have very attractive female friends that are single. Like I said, they're successful. They could easily go out right now, tomorrow, yesterday, and they could find a 40-year-old stud to fuck, but they don't do it because he's not up to their level. He's going to be, he's going to feel emasculated. And these women know these guys are going to feel emasculated around them, and they don't want to be around that type of emasculated bitch energy. That's what it is. Here's what I'm going to say. Any guy that is not really successful and he's pulling the imposter syndrome where he's dating a woman who maybe even if she's better looking than him, if he's got enough status, it doesn't matter, right? What I'm saying is, if a guy's high enough status, and this goes even beyond looks.
No, okay, Gary, what you're saying is no man wants to date a woman who has to be she's basically the man of the relationship. She has to pull most of the weight.
Exactly.
Look, if you're a guy out there that can barely afford to pay your bills and you're dating a girl that's like an attorney, and it's like, this girl is like worth millions of dollars and I am jack shit. Yeah, you would feel emasculated. And it's not about like, well, if you had game, you wouldn't care because you're still the man and you're in charge of the household. No, it's just coming to grips with reality and understand just the situation is that this woman is more capable at protecting and providing than you are. And that is a terrible feeling for any man to be less capable of protecting and providing than his girlfriend is. And yeah, that's emasculating. That makes sense. And that's what hypergamy is, by the way. Hypergamy isn't, well, I need to be rich as fuck and famous and, you know, this top tier, top 1% guy in order to get a girlfriend. Hypergamy is you need to be better than the woman at, you know, basic survival skills in the modern world, which is money. Basically, you know, you just need to be a little bit better than her. And it's not necessarily about money. It's about resourcefulness. So for example, she could make a little bit more money than you, but maybe you're able to like fix electrical, fix the roof when it's leaking, fix her car when it breaks down. You're the more resourceful one of the two. And as long as you're that, you'll be okay. But if she's the more resourceful, like your girlfriend's literally smarter than you. Like when something breaks in the house, she knows how to fix it. When bills need paid, she can pay them off and you can't. Like she's smart, competent, responsible, and able to take care of herself and you're not. Yeah, that's emasculating. And you should definitely not be dating that girl. She should be with a way better man than you. And you know that. That's what's emasculating about it. So yeah, I think everybody agrees with that, right?
Yeah, I think it could be situational, especially nowadays with the modern era that we're in, because like a lot of dudes don't have how would you say, masculine careers, so to speak. You know, you have the blue collar workers, you know, they're in construction and whatnot and things of that nature, and then you have the white collar workers, or you have the online streamers like us, right? So a lot of our jobs nowadays don't require a lot of like what we would say is masculine. But making less money is definitely something that can make you feel emasculated if your woman is making more money than you.
Yeah.
I do think that a lot of it, as Kyrie said, is the male ego. A lot of that also comes with social media as well, because you're kind of downplayed as a man nowadays if you don't actually have it going on. You know, like people make fun of you, they'll talk about you like in comments and the chats and whatnot, and that all plays into that male centric ego that puts you down and makes you feel like you have to be something greater above and beyond to keep a woman. Because I'll tell you this much: there's some bum ass dudes out there that they don't care. They will let their woman pay for everything. They'll be that dude that's on the couch smoking bud, playing Xbox.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? And they will have no issue. They will do it with full utility. But if you're the type of dude that's like worth his salt, then you do want to be that guy that provides. You know, if you call that hypergamy, I mean, I've always considered hypergamy to be like a monkey branching, basically going from one deal to the other. That's how I've always looked at it, based off of the way the red pill traditionally refers to it as. But it can vary too, because you do have some women out there that they don't really care. They're just like, oh, as long as you're a good dude, you're nice to me, or you know, like you got like good pipe game or whatever, they'll stick around with you even if you're a bum.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, let me make another point real quick. You know what? Hypergamy, here's another area hypergamy comes into play. Women traditionally, whether she's been to college or not, especially if she's been to college, but even if they haven't been, traditionally, another thing is women want guys that are smarter than they are. Why? Because if a guy is not smarter than the woman and the woman doesn't know it, he's going to feel emasculated too. Don't you agree, Neil? If the guy knows that the woman's smarter than him and more intelligent than him, that's another sign he's going to feel emasculated.
I think
Smarter in what? That's a crazy concept, bro. Like,
no, it's not.
I don't think it's about being smarter. I don't think it's about being smarter. I believe it's more about being capable. I'll tell you something very, very telling, right? So this is a very quick story. I was out with my ex and two of her friends, right? And we were having like a BBQ, you know, like a barbecue or whatever. It was one of those Korean barbecues. So anyway, the bill was coming, and me and the other guy, we were gonna pay. We're like, hey, let's pay for our ladies or whatever. So the girls actually paid the bill for us, right? And I was like, wow, that's interesting, because you know, typically it's the other way around. You know, you wouldn't mention it, you'd hide your purse or something, or you'd go excuse yourself and go to the bathroom. And the girl, not my ex, but the other girl, she said something very telling. She said, I don't mind paying for a dude. I think I would have more of an issue if the dude couldn't pay. You know what I mean? So it's not so much that like the guy always has to be the one to do it, but that you have to be capable of doing it.
Yeah.
And I found that actually to be very interesting, because I kind of do agree with that.
Well, first of all,
yeah, but if you're not capable of doing it, that's when it would be emasculating, right? I think that's what Carrie's saying.
Oh no, 100%. But like, I guess to you know, steel man, like on the girl side, right? It's for her to say that we don't mind paying, but we would have a problem if you couldn't pay. You know, it's like that's like saying they don't mind putting their part in, but where the real issue becomes is when you don't have the capability to do it. So I think that's where a lot of the fragility and like male ego comes in with that, when they feel like they don't deserve something if they can't pay for it. So as long as you basically pay for it, you know, you should be okay for the most part.
Okay, here's another thing.
Yeah.
You know how they always talk about guys should pay for the date, guy should pay for the date, at least the first few dates and stuff. You know what? I don't know. I agree if a guy does the asking out, but here's really people. It's funny how people don't talk about this as much. And I always think about this. And traditionally in my relationships, it works out this way. What do you guys think of this? At least this is, older women tend to do this. I don't know what the younger ones do, but traditionally it's been like, okay, if you're going to take a girl out to a restaurant or something, then she makes it up to you traditionally by cooking you dinner or something. That's, you know what, that's sort of always been the trade-off, where I'll take you out to a restaurant, spend my money, but then you got to make me a home cooked meal or something occasionally. Don't you guys agree on that? Where there's got to be, that's how, you know what, that's how women make it up to God. You know what, I don't know why. That's how women are supposed to reciprocate. Don't you agree, Neo and Ella and Rick? That's how women are supposed to make it up to guys, by cooking a meal for them if they take you out. Can you guys elaborate on that?
No, yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah,
you got to make it up in some form or fashion, be it sex or food or whatever, right? Like, I mean, like being real, like you're not taking the girl out to treat her to dinner where she ideally can make you dinner. Like, it's like I'm here to smash some box, like 100%. Like, other than that, I wouldn't be out here with you. But I mean, I get it. It's all transactional, and anyone that says different, I think's trying to fucking bullshit you. It's all transactional, no matter fucking what. You could love your girl to death. She's the best woman there. It's all transactional, bro. Like, period.
I mean, yeah, I agree. Everything is transactional. I think honestly, cooking a meal has more meaning for me than having sex, because to me, if you're in a relationship, sex is kind of an expectation. You're supposed to have sex with each other, and if you don't, then you shouldn't be together. You're basically roommates at that point.
See, I would think I almost think the opposite, where I'm like, I assume, yeah, like I assume I'm gonna get cooked for, and sex is good. I mean, either way, right? It's semantic. It's like,
no, but what
yeah.
really, Riggs? So what is the differentiating factor between someone you just hang out with that's a female friend or somebody that you're dating? It's the sex. That's the primary factor. So that's why, to me, in a relationship, sex should be an expectation. What shouldn't be what always feels good is having your belly full. Like when you have a girl that can actually cook for you, I think that has more meaning to it, because yeah, you could, sure, anyone can cook for anyone, but if you're with a girl that struggles to give you sex, then I think that's bad personally. I don't think that should really be a thing. Like, your girl should want to have sex with you. You know what I mean?
No, I agree. I don't know. I think we're thinking the same shit. It's just,
yeah, I think so too.
You know what I mean? I just view it somewhat. I don't know. It's hard to put into words, I guess. But
hey, listen, full belly, empty balls, man. That's the way to keep a man happy.
Yeah, and be quiet, somewhat.
Isn't that Donovan Sharp?
What?
Didn't Donovan Sharp create that line?
No, I heard that line when I was like 15. I'm 40 now. I heard that when I was 15. He probably just got it from somewhere else.
But I agree. The cooking thing. The cooking thing's a solid, right? Because that shit takes a decent amount of effort, especially if she's working too, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, the cooking, 100% respect on that. But ideally, I want both.
Now, cooking.
Like, I'm out here like the fucking Lion King. Like, I want everything mine. I'm going to grab fist over fist to get what the fuck I want. And I want all of it if I could do it.
That's like,
I think what like in a relationship, I think both people, like, in order for it to be a good relationship, they kind of have to feel like they're almost like lucky to have that person. So like if I find a woman that's like, wow, she fucking cooks, she does it all. It's not necessarily that she can cook. It's the fact that she cooks for me. It's not about whether she has a skill to cook or not. It's that she does it. And you kind of have somebody, it's like in this day and age, it's hard to find somebody that is good at relationships, and she is. You know what I mean? So I think that's what it comes down to.
Relationships are hard, man. It's a skill. And that's something I don't think enough people actually ever put enough weight into. It's like, yeah,
I'll second that. That's true.
Yeah, like you could just hook up with a prostitute or whatever, and that's all fine. You can do that with full utility.
Just don't lick your box, please.
To maintain an actual relationship and a healthy one at that takes work, man. That's the same as going to the gym. You got to practice on that constantly.
Yeah. And I'm sure most guys have dated a chick that, like, for whatever reason, you just fucking, like, your inner simp kicked in and you liked the girl, but she was totally fucking worthless. Like, just a totally worthless human being. But you make up excuses and you're like, no, maybe she'll come around, or she's okay. I really like her. So like your mind kind of illustrates this fake version of her that's kind of better than what she really is. But, it's women like that make you appreciate the actual good women.
Well, you know why that happens, right, LFA?
Why?
The reason we try to rationalize being with like horrible women, it's because somewhere deep down in our own like lizard brain, right, we feel that if our partner is bad, then that shows poorly on us as well. That means that we make poor choices.
Yeah.
And we don't want to feel like we're making poor choices. So we will deal with a lot of crap just so that we don't have to say that we were wrong.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I could see that. Yeah,
Carrie said his cell heated up and died.
Huh?
Carrie said his cell phone heated up and died.
Oh.
It's that Mexican desert heat, man.
Yeah.
Relationships are definitely work, though. Like, it's not, I don't know. You got to put up with not a lot of shit ideally, but I don't know. Like with me personally, like there's some days I'm not even in the mood. I don't want to fucking talk or see nobody. Like, leave me the fuck alone. right?
That's where your your inner introvert comes out. You know, you just want to chill and kind of recharge.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like
want
that
it
too, honestly.
quiet. The loud ass shit I'm around all day. Like if you're gonna sit here and chicken balk my ear off about bullshit I don't care about, like go in
Hold
the
on.
other room. I'd rather just be left alone.
Yeah, hold on. I kind of sort of have to challenge what, not necessarily challenge, but explain what Beautiful Life is saying here and explain my point of view on this. If she works, he works, cook together. Women are too kind. Well, but here's the thing. You can have an arrangement in the relationship where maybe the dude's a chef. He's a really fucking good cook and he can be the cook in the household, but you both have to bring like equal, like the man has to bring the manly shit and the woman has to bring the womanly shit. Food isn't necessarily like, it doesn't have to be like a feminine thing, cooking. But typically like the man is going to bring stuff to the relationship that the woman just can't. You know, if you wake up and your car doesn't start, you're probably, if you're married, you're probably going to wake your husband up to be like, hey, will you help me with this? Will you fix this? And he's going to be responsible for fixing that. So, you know, cooking and stuff like that, typically that's something that you would expect the wife to do. So by and large, in most relationships, okay, if the trash needs taken out, if the fucking toilet is clogged, if the lawn needs mowed, if something's going on, that's where like the man is usually like, okay, that's my job. But when it's cooking and cleaning and stuff like that, typically the woman says, well, that's my job. And as long as both people are doing their job, it's a good household. You know, it's a non-toxic environment that you can be happy to live in. And that's all we're saying. But like cooking isn't something that is like bonded to a woman. Like a man can, some men are fucking good cooks. I know dudes that can fucking cook.
I'm a great cook.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's totally, that's awesome. That's a good trait to have. Me, I meal prep and stuff. So there's a lot of times I'll make like pretty good food, I suppose. But, you know, yeah, like a woman needs to bring something to the house and it has to be like from the heart. Women can cook from the heart. Okay. So like when your woman sees that you're hungry and she cooks for you, it's like from the heart. It's different, right? It's not just like working at McDonald's and flipping burgers. Like she's cooking for you because she wants to feed you. Like that's different. So like a woman needs to bring that to the relationship, like be into the relationship and want to contribute to the relationship and you contribute to her in different ways that she can't contribute to you. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? Anybody? Everybody?
I know. I mean, it makes sense. I guess it's not even really pushback. I guess the only thing I'd probably add to that is that I think when it comes to inherent like quote unquote male and female traits, I think we should just do what we're good at. Period. You know what I mean? So like if the man is like the better cook, for example, yeah, your woman can still cook, but it doesn't mean you can't throw down in the kitchen. I can give you an example. My girlfriend, she's a good woman. She's not the best cook, you know, but that doesn't make me love her any less. And I'll pitch in. I'll be like, hey, you know what? I'll cook tonight. Like, I got you. You know, it is what it is. And then she supports me in other ways. I think we have to find our strengths and weaknesses within each other. And we have to kind of go back and forth with those and support each other doing that.
Yeah.
Like, that's the way I would look at that. And to Beautiful Life's point about, she would just say to leave the man if he does everything. I mean, what do you consider doing everything? You know, because like the man is never, I mean, the woman is never just doing everything. I think the man and the woman both do certain things. It just maybe one might pitch in more than the other sometimes.
Yeah. Antonio says, if you're with a woman that has the need to always be right, doesn't that mean she is out of her feminine submissive role? I'm going to say yes. Now, a lot of people have the need to be right all the time. They can't handle being wrong and they want to argue about everything. But typically, I just think like a good wife, a good girlfriend will kind of, even when you're wrong, she'll still kind of take your side and agree with you, just because you're sort of the plow horse of the relationship in the real world. Like you're the one that's out there like conquering the world and bringing back the bacon, so to say.
If you are. If you are,
Yeah.
that's the key word.
Right. Yeah.
That's the key word.
You kind of need to be that. Yeah. And look, a lot of guys don't want to be that. They say relationships aren't worth it. I don't want to be a plow horse that's just a fucking utility taking care of a wife and kids. I want to live a free life where I can do whatever I want. Others would make the argument that that's an immature stance, but you know, it is what it is. I'm not going to tell people what they should or shouldn't do. But if you're in a normal relationship where, for me, it's just instinctual to be like the man in the relationship, where it's like, if I go out on a date, I plan to pay. It's not because I'm a trick that's paying for box. It's not because I'm a simp that's trying to buy her love. It's just because that's what I do. I drive, I pick the chick up, I pay for the food, I pay for the drinks. I don't fucking care. Like, to me, that's just normal. But some people maybe don't think that. But anyways, when I'm playing that role, I would expect a little bit of respect. You know what I mean? I would expect for her not to be combative the whole time.
I don't think, even if you are wrong, I don't think your woman should call you out on it publicly. Which means it's like let's say, like, if there's a situation where you're objectively wrong, you know, and you're around another group of people, you know, your woman should have the respect to not call you out, because that's basically her being combative with you. You know what I mean? But in private, she could be like, hey, honey, you know, you're kind of wrong about this. Look, I haven't fact checked you on Google or whatever. And to me, that's okay. I think men and women should challenge each other. I've always looked at it like this. When you have a friend, right? If someone is really a good friend, ask them difficult questions and see how they respond to you. If you can't ever challenge your friends, then those aren't real friends. They're just how would I like to say, they almost become sycophants in a way. You know what I mean? They just agree with you and always go with you with everything that you're saying. I look at that with relationships the same way. You know, if you're wrong, you call your woman out and vice versa, but you do it privately. You don't do it in public on front of the public eye, because that makes you look bad. You know what I'm saying? But I think a good relationship is when you can call each other out on your bullshit. You know, if you just succumb and capitulate all the time to your partner, then you don't have like a real relationship, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Just don't call each other out publicly. You know, that's the way I've always looked at it.
That's the right way to do it, right? Like, there's nothing worse, like, when you're with the girl and they want to come out of pocket in public, trying to put the pressure on you. I'm like, I've had it happen a couple times, and I'm like, all right, okay, I see. Like, I gotta go piss and fucking vomit nose. You can stay right here, motherfucker. Find a ride home. I'm out. I mean, if they're that disrespectful, fucking drop the hatchet, fucking bounce.
I will 100% leave.
Dylan says, have you ever heard of the 4 masculine archetypes? King, warrior, magician, lover. Do you agree with those 4? What do you think would be the 4 for women? What about comedian, or would be like jester, I guess, in that sense, if you're using like Roman, like older terms, like king, warrior, magician, like, isn't that like medieval terms or something? I don't know.
Definitely is. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess king would be like Machiavellian. Warrior would be like, you know, like alphaism. Magician would be like learning game, and lover would be like the simp, right? Kind of in like the modern world. I mean, I suppose, but I think I have like a bit of all 4 of those in me. Like, when I think of king, I just think of leader. When I think of warrior, I just think of like somebody that fights for things. When I think of magician, I think of somebody that can be witty and clever. And when I think of lover, I just think of somebody that's like compassionate. I think if you consider yourself one of these and not all 4 of these, you're an incomplete human being.
Ooh, interesting. I mean, that those are actually really good points, LFA. I like the way you kind of simplified it. I mean, what is an archetype, right? An archetype is basically just a set amount of characteristics that people have, are basic trends within people. So masculine. All right. So the archetypes were king, warrior, magician, and lover. Yeah, I guess in modern times, you can see those in many different ways. And to LFA's point, to be a complete person, you should have a little bit of everything. You know, it's kind of like Carl Jung when he talks about the anima and the animus, you know, which is like that the anima is basically like a human, not human. It's like male traits within a female, and no. The animus is male traits within a female, and the anima are female traits within a male. So if you put those 4 archetypes together, you could say it's sort of almost the exact same thing. You know, everyone goes through these different archetypes throughout the course of their existence. I think Robert Greene made a good point of that in his book, the Law of Seduction. I know, The Art of Seduction. Sorry, that's what it was called. Where he spoke about like 9 different seduction types that like exist. So yeah, you know, those are all good points, LFA. I just wanted to say that.
Man, after 48 Laws of Power, that guy's fucking books were shit.
Yeah.
He's got some bangers, man.
So second part of his question, he says, what do you think would be the 4 for women? And I'm going to say the queen, the princess, the whore, and the maid. So,
and they're all on the same body.
Yeah. Well, so the queen is like the boss babe. I deserve it all. No man wants a queen. Any woman, and I hate to say it, but if a woman calls herself a queen, and there's a lot of good women out there that call themselves queens, and it's like, I wish they would stop doing that. But if she calls herself a queen, it's just major red flag, right? A princess is like kind of the girl that the manosphere guys want. It's like this young, inexperienced, high value chick. And, you know, the whore is obviously the slut, right? And the maid is the girl that is there to serve you. Where, you know, you're lucky to have the maid chick, and you're lucky to have the princess. The whore is good for a fun time, and the queen is the combative alpha female type. But, you know, it is what it is. If you're lucky enough to get the princess when you're still a young prince, then life is going to be good. If you don't, then maybe you can become high status and find yourself a princess later. If not, you're probably better off going, you can't turn the whore into a housewife, so get with the maid.
I just don't get on how, I don't know. I like Dale, I like you, dog. I like you. Don't get me wrong, but like, I don't know. Just to split hairs, like, or the woman's like, God damn, it's just a fucking woman. They're all the fucking same.
Right.
80% of the time. Like, and they might deviate a little bit. Just
well, some dudes are crackheads. Some dudes are responsible, moral men. Some women are whores, and some women are responsible, moral women. I don't think all men are men. I don't think all women are women.
No, they're not. I'm not saying it's a straight black and white, but it's, I mean, to split it like, I don't know. To me, I just couldn't navigate on that.
It would be very easy to poke holes in that argument because there was no statistical facts or analytics to back it. So yeah, whatever. Like, but he asked an opinion. It was an opinionated question.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever heard of, or do you agree with? It's more of an opinion. It's not like, do you know the exact amount of Skittles that fits in a pickle jar? No, I don't. I can't give you the exact number. So it's just an opinion.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, to even, I don't know. I couldn't navigate on that. That'd be like with my buddies too. Like, is this guy? Can I put him in this category or this? It's just, you get to know people and you roll.
No, I'm not talking to you guys and thinking, is this guy a king, a warrior, a magician, or a lover? You know, no, I'm not. Obviously, we don't do that. But
no, I know.
It's just an opinionated question. So we're doing our best. You know, he asked 100%. The question.
Dylan's a cool cat. I like you, Dylan. I'm not trying to throw shade at you, dog. You a solid. I ain't throwing no shade.
I honestly think people are just people, man. Men and women alike, we are all typically run by our impulses for the majority of our existence.
It's trainable and changeable.
Yeah, exactly. Like the only difference is that some of us have more impulse control than others. Realistically, that's where you really break it down, because whether you're the magician, the whore, the king, or whatever, the tiger, the lion, you know, it doesn't matter what category you fall under. We all have different archetypes that we lean to more than others at different points in our lives. You know, when we're in our childhood and our adolescence, you know, we're still figuring out the world. We're figuring out how this machine that we call life works. And then, you know, as we get a little older, we start discovering and becoming more self-aware of everything that's happening around us. And then, you know, when we hit our 30s and our 40s, you know, some of us get to a point where if we didn't live a fulfilling life, we start to feel like we've missed out on things. You know what I mean? And then we start to get like a little crazy and extreme. And I believe that this is all for women and men alike. You know, like the only difference is that we just work with different equipment, but inherently a lot of our personality traits are very similar.
Yeah. Well, and we all, regardless of what you've accomplished in life, you can feel like you've missed out. You know, you could take like a professional athlete, for example. Like at first it's like they want to play high, they want to be the stud of the high school and the stud of the high school basketball team. And then it's like, well, they want to go to college, then they want to go to the NBA, then they want to be an all-star, then they want to win a championship. They might not accomplish all of those things. They might make it to the NBA. They might be really fucking good, but they just never win a championship. And they always look back at the career and how unfulfilling it was because they never got that championship that they wanted. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, they accomplished all these things and they're in the top 1% of the top 1% of the top 1% in what they do, but there was still pieces missing. You know, there's still the like fairy tale story that they had planned didn't work out properly. And that's going to happen to everybody. Like if that doesn't happen to you, you probably didn't set high enough goals.
I mean, it's still a goal at the end of the day, you know, even if they would have gotten that championship, right? That wouldn't have fulfilled and completed their existence. They would have had to find something else to strive for, you know?
Right. There's always something else, and that's fine. But, you know, that's just the point. That's the point.
You mean you mean like not meeting your baseline goals? Is that what you mean?
Well, regardless of whether your goals are big or small or baseline or out of this world, if, you know, there's always going to be goals that were not quite met. So you're always going to feel slightly unfulfilled at the end of the day.
The main takeaway is stay fucking hungry. That's it.
That's what leads to it though, because you're always hungry for more. And when you don't always achieve more, that's when you feel unfulfilled.
Yeah, if you achieve more than yesterday, though, you're in the right direction. I don't think there's a destination to being fulfilled.
100%. Yeah, there's always like, I mean, Tom Brady lost 4 Super Bowls, just to stick with sports references, right? He probably thinks about those 4 losses more than he thinks about the 7 wins. Just because you're always thinking about those times when it didn't work out, when you didn't quite reach that goal. You know what I mean? It's like, so you always kind of feel unfulfilled. It's like, man, if I could have, it's like, he's probably thinking I could have won 11 fucking Super Bowls, but I only won fucking 7.
Yeah, but then if he won 11, he would have been like, I could have won 15, you know?
Yes. Yeah. It never stops. It never ends.
That's the great thing. That's the great thing. Rather than being a defeatist. Rather than being a defeatist.
I agree.
Being a defeatist and you don't do shit. And you just want to cry and fucking complain. Fuck
the only exception, and I think this is like a weird psychological turn here, would be like when you weren't supposed to do it. And an example of this, try to think of an example here. 50 Cent. And I'm using him as an example because like he tried to be a rapper. He wasn't a very good rapper. He got shot, pretty much got killed, but somehow wakes up in a hospital bed and he's still alive. And then he gets signed to the biggest record label of all time and puts out one of the biggest hits of all time and becomes like one of the richest dudes in the history of the genre. You know what I mean? And I think for somebody like that, you would feel fulfilled. Everything is a bonus because like the psychological hack there is they fucking killed me before I even accomplished any, like all I wanted to do was make enough money, like make $1 million, get signed and make $1 million. They fucking killed me pretty much. And I was not even supposed to be here. And now all of a sudden I have like $500 million and I'm here. I'm still here and I'm above the competition. The people that tried to kill me are dead and I'm still alive. You know, in a situation like that, like the psychological mind game would be like, it'd be something totally different, right?
Well, yeah, you're living your life as a bonus at that point, if you think about it, because he got shot 9 times, right? So by right, he should have been dead. But every day that he lives is defiance against what his fate should have been. So everything that he does going forward from this point on is just, it's all a bonus. All the records he made, all the diss tracks he did, all the money selling the vitamin water, things of that nature. That's all an added bonus.
Yeah. And you can see that in a person that is satisfied with themselves because realistically, not a very good songwriter. Maybe he's a good songwriter with like he has good songs, but like the rapping is not very good. Like there's nothing really exceptional about him, but he was excelling at a faster rate than people that were better than him, and people that hated him and people that wanted to destroy him and were actually better than him at that specific, whatever the specific job that they were doing. He was still excelling beyond them. And it was kind of like, I mean, just imagine the mindset of that. It's like, wait, this guy's better than me. He actually wants me dead. They tried to kill me. They couldn't kill me. They're still making better songs than me, but the world is choosing me over them.
Yeah, but you know why that happens, LFA? Because this is the way I look at it. There's two reasons this happened. One, he came in with a really good origin story, right? How many rappers could say they got shot 9 times and then, live to tell about it?
Especially right after the Tupac and Biggie thing happened. And
yeah, so that was one, right? So he came in with a good origin story. And two, he directly challenged everybody. He just went in, like all his songs, he was dissing Ja Rule. He was dissing everybody. And that was actually unique back then. That wasn't a thing, like, yeah, you were either East Coast or West Coast, but to make main songs about dissing other rappers, that was unheard of back in the day. You know what I mean? So he kind of put those two, he married those two things together, and he made it into a career. So that's one of the reasons I think he succeeded so much.
He was so believable too. Like when he said he was going to kill somebody, I really thought he was going to kill that person, and most of them you did like if Eminem says something, it's like, yeah, that was a pretty clever little rap there. And like, yeah,
50 Cent? Are we talking about 50 still?
Yeah.
Yeah. But when he said something, I was like, yeah, I really think he's going to kill it. Like, I think he's going to do it. Like, I would not like,
I don't know if 50's a killer.
I don't know.
I think 50 Cent's believable. You know why? Because he's the only one that punked out Suge Knight. I don't know if you heard about that. There was this all right, so apparently, Suge Knight, he was like the gangster of like the rap game, right? He was the guy that was like trying to like
throw records.
Yeah, exactly. And there was a point where like he came up to 50, or it was like at a bar or something, and he had all his boys with him. And 50 was like, yo, if you're gonna kill me, come kill me right now. He was like, if you're gonna do something, otherwise get the fuck out of here. And Suge Knight actually left. I'm obviously not saying it like as accurately as it could be said, but if you look that up, that's basically the gist of what happened. He's the only one that did that to Suge Knight.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think you kind of know a guy, like you can tell when a guy is, it's not about, okay, Suge Knight could probably beat the shit out of just about anybody. He's like fucking 6'5", fucking big powerhouse of a human. He's old now, but when he was younger, I mean, obviously he could beat the shit out of you. He's a
6'5" with some change. The fucking 45 don't care how big you are. He could be pumping the weights all day when the bullets sing.
Right, but he was surrounded by gangbangers, and he had Latin Kings paid off. He had Bloods paid off. Everywhere he went, he was fucking deep. Getting close to him was like impossible. But you kind of know a guy you can usually tell when somebody's like about that life. To a point where it's like, yeah, even though I have all of this shit, that dude does not care.
Yeah, like that dude's crazy. That he got shot 9 times. Do you think he cares about anything at this point? He doesn't care. He was ready to die again, man. He goes, yo, you're gonna do it, do it. Like, what's up?
Yeah. So he had been on the edge of death, and now he has $500 million, and he's still a fucking dickhead. Like he still goes after
one of the one that made it though. One of the one that made it. You see a lot of other rappers, they try and follow the same route, going hard in the paint. They get their cap fucking peeled back, and it's a wrap.
Well, yeah, but see, that's why he had the bulletproof vests and the bulletproof hats and the bulletproof cars, and he wasn't hanging around the hood after he got rich. Fuck that. They all
that's a smart move. Yeah, why would you? Right?
I would have dipped.
I'm out of here, motherfuckers.
Yeah.
I dipped. I'm not rich now, and I dipped from the hood. Nobody wants to be in the hood.
Well, that's the thing though about and it doesn't even have to be in the hood. It doesn't have to be like a hip hop or black guy thing. It's so strange, but just to keep it on that sort of a genre, when you see a lot of rappers go back to their neighborhoods after they get famous, they're going back to their neighborhoods because that's where they came from. They relate to those people. They want to be around those people. Those are the girls they like. Those are the dudes they like hanging out with. And when they go back, they deal with like, it's just this weird human nature thing where it's like, people want to kill them because they're famous now.
Crabs
So
in a
strange.
bucket, motherfuckers.
Yeah, and you see this happen, and it happens predominantly with rappers because they have to maintain street cred as part of their career, so they don't fall off and look like weak and lame. So they always go back to their neighborhoods, and you always hear about them getting shot. But realistically, if like fucking Peyton Manning went back to his hometown, he would be risking getting kidnapped and shot. You know, even like if Justin Bieber went back, he'd be risking getting kidnapped and getting shot. And it's because they reach that certain level where it's like, I don't know, it's this weird human nature thing where people just want to kill you. I don't know. It's a weird thing about people.
That's because nobody likes to see you successful, especially people that came from your neck of the woods. You grew up with them, so you're essentially holding up a mirror to them, or at least that's how they feel. And they feel that because you were successful and they weren't, somehow, therefore they are inadequate. You know, that's why that's why I always tell people your biggest attractors tend to usually be your friends, like your actual real life friends. If they will be the people that support your content the least, they won't watch your shit. You know what I mean? They'll hang around you, they'll be cool with you, but if they see that you're getting a little bit too much notoriety, a good chunk of them won't support it. And your biggest support usually comes from strangers, people that don't know you. You know,
yeah, I get that. Yeah, I mean, I get that even from my fucking YouTube and shit. Like people are super cool with me and like in my face, but I can tell they want me gone a lot of times.
Yeah,
not everybody, but just, you know, there's certain people, and like I'm not that big. Like, I'm not that big, obviously, but like I'm in a position where I could potentially, like, you never know. There could be one day I could fucking wake up and I'd be fucking larger than life, right? Because
I'm for that heel turn, man.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm in that that zone where it's like could go up really fast. It could go down, could stay the same. You don't really know, but I'm there, right? I'm in the position. So that brings hate.
Yeah, of course. No, but I guess what I meant by that primarily is like, look at this live stream, for example, right? And your primary channels. How many of those people that subscribe to you are friends in your real life? How many of your real life friends are in this group right now? You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not be that many.
It's crazy. They'll shadow watch. Like they'll know about it when I talk to them. They'll be like, yeah, they saw it or whatever, but never any real support. No. Yeah.
Yeah. I tell my friends, you know, the ones that I know in real life, I'll tell them when I'm on the stream and to come check it out. And sometimes they do, but they won't participate in chat. They won't actually engage because, you know, there's always that part of them that feels like if you're starting to rise too high, as Macho Man likes to say, you know, the cream rises to the top. If they feel like you're rising to the top, there can be a little like envy involved in that.
Oh yeah, always.
The crazy part to me is like, why not get with your boys and get in on it and grow too?
That's
a crazy concept to me.
Yeah, you know, yeah, that's crazy. And I'm sure anybody out there that's ever like blown up in any type of show business or anything, they probably all have their stories, but you know, it is crazy because most people when they're on the rise, they intend on, like, in your mind, you think I'm just going to stay the same. I'm going to keep all of my friends. I'm going to bring them up with me. Everything's going to be great. But damn near everybody, like, it's like they know their role in the universe. So they backstab you so they can lose their spot because they're not worthy of that. I don't know. It's weird.
Well, also, Riggs, I also don't believe that a lot of your friends will want to come up with you, you know, because it's not their thing. If you're like a famous YouTuber, for example, you know, they probably don't got the chops to do the same thing you're doing. So as a result, they don't stick with you. Like if you look at someone like Mr. Beast, right? All those dudes that he does like videos with, some of those are like his real life friends, you know, and they all got into this like YouTube game together. So they help support each other's channels and whatnot. But because they have the same interest, they're able to back each other up in that way, as towards where your regular friends probably don't have the same type of interest that you have. So
I get the interest thing, right? Like, oh, I might not, but like to me, it's like if I have one of my boys making money in something, you know what I mean? Like I got a lot of like buddies that are outside the trade, whatever, but it's like, okay, like you're getting money doing this, like how I get in on it. Like you're already moving a certain product or whatever you got going on. Like, let me throw some cash at it. If I throw you this, like, what am I going to get back? Like, and it's just, okay, it'll benefit you and I'm going to get some money too. Like, that's just smart fucking business. Like, that's how I look at it, right? Like, what do I got to do to help you? And what I'll give you this much, like how much you're gonna shoot me back, and then how long can you shoot it back?
No, yeah,
And
but
we'll
not
be good.
everybody has that loyalty and the foresight and the gratefulness of coming up with you. So you could be at a job, right? You could be at like let's say you're working like some basic warehouse job, and you can be like, okay, I'm going to put in for the supervisor position. There's one open. I'm going to put in for it. Of course, your buddy at work is going to be like, hell yeah, do it. That's awesome. That's a great idea. But then when you get it, that's like the death of the friendship, because now they're like, whoa. Now you're above me. Fuck this. I don't like you anymore. And the envy comes out, the jealousy comes out. And even though if they were loyal and they're like, fuck yeah, my best friend is the supervisor, I can come into work late, I can do whatever the fuck I want to do because that's my fucking boy. But instead they switch. They switch on you and they get envious. They want to take you down. And it's like that in any area of business. Like it's just a weird human nature thing. It exists. Some people are loyal. Some people will be by your side and use your friendship to their advantage, which is good. It's a good thing. But other people will, they'll try to backstab you and drop you back. It's crabs in a bucket. They want to pull you back down to their level.
I want everyone to eat. Anyone I fuck with, like in my friends group, like I want everyone to eat. I want us all to do good. Let's all get money. Like however we could do it, let's do it.
I do too, but unfortunately, that's not always going to be the reality. Everyone's on their own path at the end of the day. If you hire your boy, for example, like LFA was saying, he's like, oh, I can come in late, this, that, and the third. That's not a real friend. That's a shitty friend. That's a friend that's trying to take advantage of your kindness. So I definitely wouldn't be down with that. But even the wanting everyone to eat mentality is great, but in execution, it almost never works because we're just all built differently. We're not always going to have the same interests that align with each other. I remember back in 2013, right? This was probably the only point in my life where I had 4 friends, right? And the 4 of us all had the exact same interest. We were into this content creation. We wanted to like make it big, and we were like working towards something, and whenever I was around those dudes, I felt so motivated. I'm telling you, like I feel like I can move mountains. And then, we all, some of us got girlfriends, some of us got married and have kids. Everybody moved to like different states, and we all sort of separated. Now that doesn't mean the motivation goes down, but then you're left with the other friends, the ones that aren't into these type of things. And, you can't come up with them because they're just not into what you're into. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but even, you know what I mean? If you try and like, you low key try and pursue some shit with some of your boys or whatever, and they end up on some bullshit. Like, to me, for the little bit, obviously you ain't going to dump your fucking life savings into dealing with something new, right? But so you throw a couple racks at it, and it just ends up, okay, like this motherfucker is snake in the grass. Like you chop him out like rat. Like if anything, it's a blessing in disguise. But just, I don't know. It could say it just the business and women, they're the same shit. Like don't try and leverage what you aren't willing to fucking lose. Period.
Don't leverage what you're not willing to lose. That's a good one. I like that. I like that. Oh, all right, guys. I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna meet up with a friend, and we're gonna have some beverages, some adult beverages.
Good deal.
Enjoy.
Yeah,
be safe, bro.
I just want to say real quick, everybody, have a great night. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. If I don't see you guys by then, get the likes up. LFA is awesome, and I hope this video was somewhat informative.
But that's about it for tonight, guys. Till next time.
Next time. See ya.
Peace out. All right. All right, Riggs, it's just you and I, and Carrie's phone's still cooling off, so.
God damn. Where the fuck you at? Where is that hot right now?
Yeah. I was surprised. I was out there making a video today, and I recorded like half of one, and the camera fucking totally froze up and deleted all the footage. So I had to use these lav mics and record it from my phone. Hey, those iPhones can handle cold weather, hot weather, whatever. They're durable.
I was going to say my girl's phone seems like it's fucking bulletproof.
Yeah.
I'm like, God damn.
You buy an expensive camera, it's fucking delicate.
I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Like cell phones, I just buy some bottom of the barrel ass shit. I don't give a fuck. Like if I could text and call and get addresses for work, fucking good to me, you know. But I'm not like a big picture or video person. Like I'm just like I don't take pictures. I don't like, you know what I mean? But I get with what you do. Yeah, you kind of gotta dump a little bit of money. I get it.
Yeah, I mean it's a hobby, so it's weird. Like I wouldn't spend like if I were starting out on YouTube, I wouldn't spend more money than I'm making. But once you get to a point where you're making money, you should invest enough money to keep up with the times. Like you need a mic and a camera, and you got to have equipment.
Well, yeah. Like, yeah, I got you. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
And
I mean, it's an investment. You're gonna get money.
Yeah. Run the ads. What's that mean? Oh, my commercials.
Commercial time.
I can run a commercial. I do need to grab a beer, so yeah, we'll run a commercial. Yeah, sounds like a good idea, actually. All right, here we go.
Hey, babe.
Glad you can make it. You remember Liz?
Hey, Liz.
Have a seat.
So, what's going on?
Is there something you'd like to tell me?
Do you want to fill me in?
Okay. Why the hell did you sleep with Liz? Don't play dumb, you jerk. I know all about it, right, Liz?
I'm so not getting in the middle of this.
Oh, well, it's a tad bit late for that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I sort of slept with her.
How was she?
I've had better, but not by much.
Really? Because I've had worse, but not by much.
Stacy, you're the one that I love. Can't we just get out of here?
Okay, but can I have... Hi, Ian.
What are you, dumping me? Well, what about the dance this weekend? I've already bought tickets and everything.
I'm going with Jonas.
What?
Since
Hi, I'm Dr. Dreadful, and this is the Dr. Dreadful Food Lab. Makes lots of gross things, and then you eat them. Dr. Dreadful's monster skin. Care for a tasty tarantula, fly, cockroach? You can make swarms! And now magic powder, stir, and blast your brains! Fruity! The Dr. Dreadful Food Lab makes gross things again and again. It's totally dreadful!
We're back. We're back.
Good stuff. And shout out to Beautiful Night or Beautiful Life. Good night. Peace out. What's so funny?
I was just laughing how you got the shit mixed up. It's all good. Sometimes the beer's got to talk, dog.
Yeah. Yep.
About ready to rip into some of those fucking tamales. God damn.
Tamales. I have some leftover pizza.
You don't fuck with tamales? You can't get tamales out there or what?
No, I can. My ex-girlfriend was Mexican.
Oh, man. I'd be on the line, but I ain't trying to talk to you. I need about a dozen. And hit me when they're done.
Yo, yeah. There's plenty of Mexican ladies out here. They'll fucking take care of you, too. Be surprised.
Crazy. I wouldn't think that there'd be that many in Oklahoma. I wouldn't think, but
Quite a few. I mean, it's
you know what? Yeah.
depends on where you go, but I mean, there's some spots where it's predominantly Mexican.
I believe it. Yeah, I work with a couple cats, and they were like, "Oh yeah, I went to Indiana to see my parents." I said, "What the fuck? Like, what the fuck are Mexicans doing in Indiana?" Like, yeah, I don't know. To me, it boggled my mind. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, crazy stuff. Your girlfriend's not over tonight?
Nah, she works nights, but what was it like? I don't know. Like 40 minutes ago, she came and dropped off fucking the tamales and some beans and rice and some other shit before she went to work. But yeah, she works nights, so I don't really fucking outside of the weekends. I don't really see her during the week. Maybe here and there, but it's rare. I'll usually just see her on the weekends, like Friday, Saturday, and then a little bit on Sunday. And I'm like, all right, I gotta go. I need some time to my goddamn self.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's understandable. All right, what we got here? Yeah, this late into the show, guys, I pretty much run out of material in like the first hour, and then we bring calls on and, you know, whatever. If people want to call in, you can call in. I don't even know what the fuck to say or do here. We're down to 49 viewers. Come on. If we want to keep the show going, we need more. We need something, either viewers, callers, questions, super chats, just fucking engagement in some way. We need something. We got to have something. Motherfuckers. Taco trucks, though. Yeah, somebody said taco trucks in the chat. There's a spot in Tulsa. It's owned by, you know, some cartel dude. He owns a bunch of nightclubs, and his nightclubs are always busted for trafficking and shit like that. But he's got the best taco spot in town. He's like damn near like he's kind of like the dude from Breaking Bad. What was the black dude in Breaking Bad? Have you seen that show? The black dude that was like one of the main kingpins. I don't know.
Yeah, we need some of these cats. There's always a lot of active people in the chat. Call in and fucking chop it up. Like, there's a couple of you cats in there. I chopped it up with you guys a little bit in chat. Fucking call in and let's shoot this shit.
Can you address the fat acceptance influence that are passing away from being overweight? Yeah, you know, that's crazy. And I saw that one had passed. I don't wish death upon anybody. And honestly, I fucking hate it. And there's not much of a difference between fat acceptance and steroid acceptance. Hold on a second.
Fat acceptance, steroid acceptance. I'd almost argue regularly light cycling still better than being obese.
Yeah, no, like I'm not against like any of that stuff, but I'm just saying. So there's steroid acceptance too. So you see like all these badass bodybuilders like Rich Piana and, you know, a lot of them that passed away because they were just too fucking buff and their hearts grew too fucking big and they just couldn't take it anymore and they died. Same thing with obesity. And I'm a gym dude. Like, I'm a muscle dude. I may not be the buffest guy in the world. For a natural at 37 years old, I'm doing pretty fucking good. You know, I've been to gyms all over the country, and I'm usually one of the buffest natural guys in there. Of course, steroided guys are always fucking twice my size. But, you know, for natural, I'm doing pretty good. But I still, and welcome, sweet Jesus. Welcome, Party System 5000. Good to have you here. Yeah. But, you know, and like I get the muscle head thing. Like I fully understand how it's like like the bro science of like the only thing that matters in life is getting as big as fucking possible. But at the same time, the dudes that actually do get as big as fucking possible usually die. And it's the same thing when you have the fat people. So when you have somebody that's like overweight, but they're like, I don't give a fuck. I like fucking Krispy Kremes, dog. I like McDonald's, dog. I like it. And you have like a bunch of people that are like, hell yeah, I like it too. So I'm happy to see these fat people on the screen, showing off how fat they are because I'm fat too. And I like it. Like, so it's the same thing, right? I like the bodybuilding shit. So I like, there's appeal about buff steroided bodybuilders. I'm like, yep, that dude's pretty fucking cool. Even though I know he's going to die, I'm like, I hope he doesn't die, but it's pretty fucking cool because I'm into that shit. So fat people are into that shit, right? But they're still going to die from being too fat. So, on both sides, it's like, we need to start valuing people's character. And part of your character is the discipline to not kill yourself from bad habits, whether it's steroids or McDonald's. Or both. We need to, people need to be quite a bit smarter. But that's my take on that. It's just, it sucks. But bodybuilders put work in and they have like a cool aura to them where they're like these cool dude bro, fucking gym bro, fucking like inspirational people. And fat people tend to not be that. They're kind of like these like, creatures, but we don't have to get into that. I don't wish death upon anybody, but hopefully people learn from the mistakes of those that came before them. Stephen Gilbert says, what about carnivore or keto? Do you practice either, ever, or on occasion? Done both. So I was on a well-balanced diet, doing regular physique, natural bodybuilding training. And I was eating like a well-balanced diet. I had good carbs, good proteins, good fats. Everything was, my macros were where they should be. And I was a bit chubby because I was usually bulking and trying to put on as much muscle as possible. Not chubby. Like I had some vascularity and you could see my muscles and shit, but I didn't have the ripped abs and all that. And I was about 200 pounds. I decided to switch to keto. And before keto, I was eating about 2,800 calories per day. On keto, I was eating about 4,500 calories per day. So if there were carbs involved, I would have been a fat slob. But because there was no carbs involved at 4,500 calories per day, I dropped down to 179 pounds, which is the lowest I've ever been since. I think I dropped that low one time when I was like 19, when I was, and fucking, I mean, I was like a fucking young party dude. I wasn't addicted to anything, but I was doing some shit. You know what I'm saying? And because I was doing more shit than I was eating, I was fucking lightweight back then.
More shit than I was eating. Goated.
No, yeah, you know what I'm saying? When you've been up for 2 days and it's like, fuck, I'm not hungry. It's like people are like, yeah, let's go out to eat. And you're like, I've been up for 3 motherfucking days, you motherfucker. Like, I ain't eating shit.
What?
Yeah. No, yeah. But I mean, keto will make you that skinny. So will carnivore. Carbs, really, carbohydrates are what makes you fat. Like you could eat bacon grease all day and not be fat. But if you're eating bread all day, you're going to be fat as fuck. So, I mean, if you want to lose weight and get ripped quick, cut your carbs, whether it's keto or carnivore, that'll get you there.
How are your lifts on keto though?
Not very good. That's why I stopped. They were fucking shitty, honestly.
That's my biggest things were like, I don't know. I think there's a fine line where people want to go lean city, like I'm going to get shredded and try and maintain it year round. It's like, oh, okay, you do that, but your lifts are going to go to straight dog shit. Like there's a fine line. I'm not saying get fucking put on 60 pounds so you could bench press 20 more pounds. I think there's a fine line on it, right?
Yeah. Hold on. This I am Israel. He's saying that keto is great for boosting testosterone. So fats and cholesterols will boost testosterone. But yeah, like Riggs said, it's a very small amount. Don't get me wrong, like your everyday mood, your mindset, your sex drive, getting like a 20 to 30% boost will impact that. But if you're trying to pack on muscle, you know, if you blast tests, you're increasing your testosterone by like 1,000%, not 30%. So yeah, it's like test boosters or dieting changes aren't going to have a big enough impact on your testosterone levels to like turn you into like an Arnold or like any type of freak. You're just going to be, you know, your diet should be, you shouldn't be dieting for testosterone. You should be dieting to watch your macros, to watch your weight and your muscle mass. But yeah, your testosterone is going to have a very small impact. You know, your diet's going to have a very small impact on your testosterone, I should say. But good diet will have everything, a small impact on everything, leading to overall better health. But yeah, you're not going to see a massive boost in testosterone. You could take like all that shit, like that tribulus and ashwagandha and fenugreek and all that, and you might get like you might, along with diet and those supplements, you might get like a 30, 40, 50% boost, but nothing that's going to put muscle on you.
And again, it's not a bad thing, man. Like if that's something you want to do, more power to you. But just, you know, you gotta be realistic about it.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I did this. Like my testing. It's like,
right.
I mean, but how was your quality of life? Like some people, you have that grind set where you could do it, right? You're like, hey, fuck it, I'm gonna do it. I don't mind eating this or whatever. Okay, cool, but it's for what you're gonna get. I'd say for the vast majority of human beings, that's probably the least of your concerns overall.
Yeah, like if you're like doing that shit to like, if you're doing any natural testosterone boost with an expectation that it's going to give you like some sort of like results that you can't get without that natural test boost, you know, you're going to be let down. It's good to have high natural testosterone, but you won't notice the impact unless you actually take an exogenous source, which I don't recommend, by the way. But to each their own. You do what the fuck you want to do.
Yeah, I wouldn't say just do it, but you know, be realistic about whatever you do. I'll put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, if you start taking that shit, you will get fucking big fast. But natural shit ain't gonna do much for you. Sweet Jesus.
LFA.
How's it going?
It's going real good. How are you doing?
Going well. Is the kid asleep?
Oh, she's out. And so am I, man. I'm gone right now.
Gone.
It's fucking amazing, though. I don't know, man. My mind has gone fishing. As soon as the first time she went to bed, I took an edible. So the second time I had to put her to bed, I just walked into the bedroom and I just laid down for a minute.
Understandable.
Sometimes the edibles hit, fam. That's a fact.
It's amazing. I'm living life right now.
Good deal.
I'm ready to go out and buy a fucking Jeep.
Might as well. They're tanks, man. They last forever. As long as you're down to fix them, they'll keep running.
Hell yeah.
That's what I do. And you know, people always talk shit. They're like, get a new fucking car. Do you think I fucking care? When my Jeep breaks down, I fucking fix it. That's how it works.
I always laugh when people want you like, oh, your car, like, I don't know. At least to me, like, as long as my truck is good, which it still is, I don't give a fuck. I'd rather have my bank account fat as fuck than oh, I gotta go buy a new fucking. I gotta get a new truck to keep up with some other idiot. Like,
yeah,
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I know so many people that make way less than me, but they drive cars that are like literally like 5 times more expensive than mine, and they're making payments and they're broke as a joke. Why? Like, why would you want your car to cripple your life just to look cool in your car? You're willing to handicap every other area of your life. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that shit to go to point A to point B. Like, it gets you to work where you get your money. Okay, good. Then it did its job.
Yeah. And I'm humble too. So like, I don't fucking give a fuck. Like if I walk in the room and somebody's wearing a fucking Gucci suit and I'm wearing fucking jeans and a t-shirt, I don't feel like I'm less than them. And I'm humble. I'm like, yeah, cool suit, bro. Not for me, not something I'm going to do, but more power to you. But at the same time, I don't think it gives them any more credit than me. And same thing with a car. Like if I go to the gym, for example, and some dude pulls up in a Ferrari, and when we walk into the gym, his physique is less than mine. Who's really winning? We're at the gym, dude. This is the place where the physique is what matters here. So like, what area of your life are you flexing on the world by having a nice car? Like what flex is that? Like in what it maybe like a car show? It's like such a fringe area. It's like nowhere else in the world does anybody care. I don't know.
I get it. If it's your hobby, like, hey, maybe you're really into cars and you want to fuck with it. All right, cool.
Right.
But you could tell the motherfuckers that are in it for that reason, and you could tell the difference between just some cornball ass motherfuckers.
Yeah. Like somebody that's got like a Dodge Challenger, which those are cool cars, but then they have like 24-inch rims, and it's just like it's like the basic V6 version, but they like deck it all out, and it's like, I mean, whatever. It's a hobby. I don't knock anybody or really care, but it's like, you're just flexing. You're just flexing, bro. You're just trying to look cool.
And it might work for them. I ain't gonna hate. If that gonna get you some box and some play, hey, do your thing, bro. I ain't gonna try and lose 60K to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, I think there's more humble ways of going about it. That's all. And there's quicker pathways too.
I don't know. I just worry about my bank account and grinding. That's all I worry about. Like you said, the Gucci shit or whatever. But I guess it's cool if you get it, but nah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think the United States is like turning into it's like we're barely hanging on to being a first world country at this point. We're falling behind. I think the economy is so bad. Like most people can't make enough money to even have a decent car. So I think we're going to get to a point where having a car makes you like a baller. Watch, you'll see.
I think we're damn near already almost there. You know what I mean? Like most people, people watching this shit, right? Like, oh, you're like, oh, I don't have shit or whatever. You got to realize, like, most motherfuckers that have the nice shit, they living in the red, in debt like a motherfucker, bro.
Oh yeah.
And do I hate on that? I don't know. Maybe the joke's on me because they just play in the banks. Like, oh, fuck it, I'm in debt. I'll just pay the minimum. I don't give a shit. And then when they die, fuck it. I see the both sides of the coin. You could try and stay in the green all day. Maybe you don't have as nice as shit. Are you better than the person that's dumping money and staying in the red? That's up to you to decide. But I can see the merits of both spectrums.
I think the move is to stay out of debt.
I think that's the main move. But like some motherfuckers, I don't know, as I've gotten older, again, I don't have debt, I try and avoid it too, but the motherfuckers that just live in it might be on to something.
Yeah.
Yes. What a fucking base. Keep it a buck. Needs more of that.
Facts. Fringe or something like that. Shout out to Jade in the house. Fun fucking with kids and Camaros. I have a Jeep and an F-350. F-350s are tanks. Wouldn't mind having one of them. Yeah, I like Fords when you start to go into like I'd say when you start to go into like the diesel, I like Fords. Basic F-150s, I like the way they look, but I don't know. Seems like they have too many problems. When you go into the diesel models, then you're doing pretty good.
Was it the Chevy trucks or the Ford trucks that like were falling apart in the beds because they were like made with aluminum instead of steel?
I don't know.
Fords and Chevys both have problems. I think if you're going to go with an American truck, I think Ram is probably the best. I mean, unless you're
Especially
going
if
with a
it's
diesel.
Well,
Yeah.
diesel Rams are solid.
Yeah.
I
Even the
don't know,
Hemis are pretty good.
Yeah, Chevys back in the day, diesel wise, were good with the Allison transmissions. Those were solid at one point, but I've been out of it so long. I'm like, I don't know. My dad tried to sell me his fucking Chevy diesels. I'll give you a cheap deal on it, like, because I don't really want to get rid of it. But I'm like, I don't need that fucking truck. Like, for what?
True. Oh, Dylan popped off. So you got to put him on the screen and have him say something.
Yeah, Dylan's a
He's
cool
probably
cat.
just looking for his sunglasses.
I think Dylan were supposed to roll. Or Dylan and Supra were supposed to hit the jiu-jitsu what? Because they're both in San Diego. I think it's kind of cool when some of the fuckers in here meet up. Like, we got cats local to you. God damn, I gotta get up at fucking 1 in the morning. Brutal. It's all right. Tomorrow's Friday, though. 3-day weekend incoming, so fuck it.
I don't know what you were looking for just now, but I turned my head away to go look for it too, and I was just fucking staring at my speaker.
What? When I was looking at when I was up close?
Yeah.
Right on the building, laying down.
Yeah.
He's coming back. Same spot.
What's that?
So that's my background. She's playing Call of Duty right now. And I was like, I'm gonna get off for a little bit and go talk to my buddy.
Good deal.
All right, I'm gonna let y'all chop it up. I'm gonna go crush these tamales, beans, and rice, and I gotta go fucking Mimi's. I gotta get up early. Y'all have a good night.
You too.
Good night, man. Bro, I ate Mexican as hell tonight. Should probably explain I am a Mexican, but I made some fajitas, tortillas. I ran out of other food, but it was delicious.
Good deal. You said fajitas and what?
Fajitas and tortillas.
Fajitas and tortillas. That's some good carbs and proteins right there.
Oh yeah, I missed half the vegetables, man. I thought I had more bell peppers and stuff.
The only benefit of vegetables is like the micronutrients. And this is just from like a gym standpoint. But I mean, in terms of flavor, as long as you season the meat right, fuck it. Do you need anything else? Like meat and tortillas, you're good to go, right?
Yeah, man, that's vegetables too. It's just corn.
Damn right. Yeah, true. Yep. But I guess especially if you fry the fajitas with like some green peppers and some, I don't know, onions and things, it could be good. Could go good with it. But
absolutely. Man, I love how chat just went straight into that car talk. I love the Toyotas. I'm missing most of it.
Yeah. Well, it's something they can all relate to because everybody has a car. Most people, not everybody.
Yeah. What does everybody have here in the chat?
Everybody has a device to watch shit like this on.
Hell
Either a
yeah.
phone or a computer.
Bro, what kind of phone do you have right now?
Me?
Yeah.
What is
Oh,
that?
damn. Is that the 14 Pro Max?
Yes, sir.
Bro, I'm balling. I just got the regular 15 and damn, it's a huge upgrade. I had the 13 mini a little bit ago. Wasn't it's terrible. It's a terrible phone.
Yeah. I mean iPhones are good enough now to where like I have an expensive camera, but sometimes like if I'm on the go, I can record a video as long as I bring like a good lav mic. I can record a video on my iPhone and nobody will know the difference. They won't know if it's like a $3,000 camera or an iPhone.
That's true. Dude, I saw those new ones, the 15 Pro Max has a 120 millimeter lens installed into it.
Yeah.
That thing is crazy.
The only thing is like the big factor, like if you want to do like really high quality videos is the lens. So you can't change lenses on cell phones. So like if you have like a Canon anything or Sony anything or Nikon anything, you can put on like an amazing like $5,000 lens and get like fucking like Hollywood caliber fucking footage from it. You can't do that on a phone, but when it comes to like just 4K, 1080p, like good colors, good pixels, and just overall high quality video, the iPhone can definitely do it. I mean, it can handle the task for sure. It's just like if you want like the really good blurred background, when you use a lens, the lens actually picks up on it picks up on what it's looking at. Whereas the iPhone kind of has like, it's like a smart assist, like a technological smart assist where it sees the person. So it like makes you,
tags disappear once they
the centerpiece.
Yeah, and then the background's blurry, but it's kind of fucked up because like you'll see like your hair or whatever, it's like having a hard time blending it. So you see like spots where it doesn't, like when you look at me right now, I have a camera and a lens. See how it picks up like every hair? Like it knows. I mean, the lighting is shitty here, but it's very distinctive. Whereas if you use the iPhone, like it's like it has an outline, like a cutout. You know, it's like when you're photo editing something and you cut the person out and you put the new background on it. It's like I don't know. It does have its problems. I have a hard time explaining it, but it does have its problems. But for the most part, people can't tell the difference.
It's all still going to be 4K.
Got me first, I think.
So you guys are playing Call of Duty.
Yeah,
are you streaming it to YouTube?
No, I probably should be.
Yeah,
but I'm gonna get canceled so fast.
We all would on the gaming, but you just got to watch your mouth, you know.
No.
Yeah, man. Bro, the things that I've said on that game, man, I'm positive I'd get put on a list or something.
Yeah, well, you could stream half on mine, like be on here talking, but while you're playing a game. So you could have my people here talking on your gameplay. That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah, man.
Down in the train cart.
I might start that. I don't know where I left my controller. I'm just lost right now, man.
Oh shit! I'm glad I missed.
But it'd be interesting conversation for like the first, I'd say like the first 2.5 hours are usually high impact. As we get later into the stream, it kind of starts to die down because people start to pass out and shit because it gets late.
That's true. That's when we can let loose.
Yeah. Go balls to the wall and make it happen.
Yeah, man. Bro, are you playing any games? You seen
Me?
any of the new ones? Yeah.
No. I have the Xbox that came out in like 2016 or whatever. I have that one.
That one's still it's still working, right? It's still doing these new games.
Yeah, it can, but I don't ever play them. I use it for like I don't even have a Netflix anymore. I use it for like Amazon Prime Video. I don't watch much and I don't play much. So it just kind of sits there. I've thought about if I do get another gaming system, I'm going to probably get a PlayStation because I just think Sony is probably better than Microsoft when it comes to electronics, aren't they? Like Microsoft is good at like software, but I think when it comes to like actual like systems and stuff and computers and drives and stuff, I think Sony's better, right?
Sony's leading the charge right now. I got 3 PlayStation 5s here inside the house. Got a
Yeah.
PS4 still up on the wall.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's weird because it's almost like iPhone and Samsung. Like iPhone is the cooler phone, like it's just a smoother operation, kind of works better. But Samsung is the better product. But nobody that owns an iPhone cares because it's like, fuck you, we're iPhone people. And I think Xbox and PlayStation are the same way. I think PlayStation has the better product, but Xbox users enjoy the convenience of using the Xbox. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't know. I guess if you're a hardcore gamer or a hardcore tech guy, PlayStation would be the way to go. But if you're just like an intermediate, Xbox would be the way to go.
Absolutely. Bro, if you get one, send me an invite, man. I'll play with you.
Which one?
I got a PS5, but even if you go with Xbox, there's a bunch of crossplay games. Like it's not as segregated anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I have a gaming laptop actually I could probably use. I mean, I could sit here and play it right here if I wanted to.
Man, good luck, man. Those people are sweaty.
The laptoppers?
Yeah, anybody on computer, usually like if we're on Call of Duty and the whole other team, it says all computers, we're in for a rough game.
Why?
So let's just take Call of Duty for example. You have to on the computer, you can just kind of like point and click.
Yeah.
But using a joystick, sometimes like you might just over push and like you have to correct. So it's they're a little bit more accurate and a lot of them can click the options a lot faster. So it's a whole different speed too.
Don't they isn't it cross platform though?
Yeah. Yeah, but you get mixed in with everybody.
So if I'm playing with people on PlayStation, wouldn't I have an advantage over them?
Maybe. It'll take a minute to get there, but yeah, you eventually you'd be
No, I'm fucking slow on those games, dude. I suck no matter what. You simplify it as much as possible, I still fucking suck. I was getting smoked. Like I was already getting smoked by teenagers by the time I was like 30. Like 7 years ago, I was getting smoked by teenagers. So I would imagine after 7 years of not playing, these new teenagers, yeah, they're going to fucking destroy me. No question. It doesn't matter what platform I play on. You know, you reach a certain, like, the older you get, the harder video games are. Like, you might still enjoy them when you're like, if you're like 35, you might still enjoy video games, but those young kids are going to fucking smoke you. Like, it's just reality.
That's true. But it's still like right now I'm not doing as well as I was those 7 years ago, but like even now, like I'm playing with some dudes that are like, you know, mid 20s up to like their early 40s. It's a dude who's retired who's still doing all right, you know. It's more about playing with people you enjoy. You know, it's now that you know I have a daughter now, so I don't have enough time to just go out every weekend. So getting on the game late at night, I can talk with my friends, have fun.
Yeah.
You know, shit talk the kids.
For sure. Yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, if I get one, we'll have to do some sort of I don't know. I've thought about doing that. I've thought about making like a gaming channel. I don't know how many of my viewers do the gaming, but like if I cross platform on like YouTube and Twitch and Kick and all the new platforms, could be a good deal.
Yeah, bro. GTA 6 is coming out here pretty soon.
Yeah. Could be a good idea. I may do that.
Oh, yeah, I'm about to start up my streams here soon. Not tonight, probably, but I'm gonna
Yeah.
start trying to figure all that out.
Yeah. I mean, nothing to it but to do it. Just start going and let it all, ride out. Just basically you start streaming and then just cruise with it. Wherever it goes, that's where it goes.
Yeah, there's a few people in chat talking about Xbox, GTA 6. You might be able to start a poll and see how many of these people. What is that? It was 47 now, but let's see who would enjoy that.
Dylan says it comes out in 2025. Is that true?
I didn't pay attention enough.
I saw something about like a new Red Dead. Are they coming out with a new Red Dead?
I think that's after that still.
Really?
Yeah, but I mean, like, GTA 5 is like $15. Could get some practice on that, fuck around, kill a bunch of people.
And I'm sure GTA 6 isn't going to be that much better. The difference is going to be like characters. GTA 5 is the one with like Dr. Dre in it, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, they put I think was it Snoop Dogg? I don't know. I haven't played in like a year now, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember the hype up about it. Yep. I don't know, man. I got to get off here. I've been on here for 4.5 hours.
Damn, that's a long stream.
I know.
Oh, yeah, man. Oh, don't forget to like and subscribe, everybody.
Damn fucking right. All right.
All right, well, it's good talking to you, man. I'll see you later.
Okay, see you, bud. All right, to the chats. It's been a fun time. It's been a good stream. And I hope this video was somewhat informative. But that's about it for tonight, guys. Till next time, see ya.